We're live. What is going on, everybody? Welcome in to the annual OTB Collegiate Draft Extravaganza. Here, watching along for the PLL draft. It's KB and a frozen DJ. And in the room, we're kicking things off with our first guest because he's here. Let's talk Lax. The man, the myth, the legend, making
What's
his
up?
OTB debut. Pro Lacrosse Talk and the Action Network's own Hutton Jackson. What's going on, brother?
Not much. I'm glad you guys invited me. I appreciate it. I'm excited for this draft. I really have no idea where it's going to go. I went through like 3 or 4 different first round scenarios when I was doing my mock draft. So I think we're in for some surprises. Nothing, I don't think anything could really shock me tonight, but I don't really know how anything's going to go. I mean, even with the first pick, Sam Hanley's been talked about as going #1 overall. I think it could be him or maybe 2 or 3 other guys. So who knows right now? I don't know if you feel the same way.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like as everybody on sports Twitter likes to, the script writers are making it so that it is Sam Hanley going #1, and we'll see. If it makes sense for whichever team decides to pick at #1. If the Atlas stay at 1, if they trade out of the pick. With all the rumors that he could, stay in college for another year. Does a team want to take that gamble? Which teams can afford to take that gamble? I think it's a win for any mock drafter, just as long as Chris Bates takes one of your players that you mock to the Archers.
Yes. And I feel like, everyone's got Sisselberger to the Archers. So if that doesn't happen, we might be in for a wild night. And shout out to my colleague, Adam Moore, because he did tell me, I didn't see this game broadcast, but he did tell me on one of the Penn's broadcasts that they mentioned Sam Hanley does intend to play this summer in the PLL. Because I know that was like floated around there. Kevin Brown reported that he still had the extra year of eligibility, hadn't decided yet. So it sounds like he is going to play. So I personally think he should be the #1 pick. I don't really care if, the Atlas already have midfielders of his capability. I just think he's kind of a unicorn in that regard. But I see the other side of it too. Why not take a poll like Gavin Adler or Will Bowen, who I, could see them taking at 3, or McConvey. Like, it makes a lot of sense, grab that lefty that can play more off ball than Hanley. He doesn't need the ball on his stick. Pair him with Jeff Teat. He's already been #1 overall pick. I know me and you are both NLL fans. So I'm hearing a lot of different things that make a lot of sense. So it's like there's not really a wrong answer. It just depends on what Coach Pressler decides to do with that first pick.
Yeah, and it's so interesting. Obviously, like the past couple of years, it's like we've gotten to know Ben Rubior's draft, his style of drafting. We've gotten to learn Sean Quirk's style of drafting. Now we got 2 new coaches in the fold that we kind of have to like learn the way that they want to attack things. And when the coaches / GMs met with the media earlier last week, I love what Brian Holman said for the Cannons. Like, try to acquire as many picks either, in this draft or in future drafts to set yourself up, because the Cannons had to really go, pedal to the metal in free agency to build this current iteration of the team. So I'm interested to kind of see what his strategy is as well in this with only 2 picks right now. Where does he go? I know you put out on Twitter with Andy Towers and Chaos having the most picks. That could be an interesting relationship there between the Cannons and Chaos, where you maybe see Andy Towers deal some picks to the Cannons for them to kind of move up, see some different moving there. I think that could be an interesting pairing in this draft.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing too. You mentioned the 2 new coaches, and like the dynamics are kind of new now. We saw Quirk traded away picks to both Atlas and Chaos. Does Coach Holman now come to the table and reacquire some of those picks? My mock, I had Coach Towers going after Xander Dixon at 9 and trading, his 9th pick to Andy Towers, to Holman trading 9th pick to Andy Towers to acquire the 15th and 17th pick, with the 17th pick being their former pick that they, I believe, traded away for Jake Fricaro. So like, you can kind of look at that and like, well, that's, they're getting their pick back. That's kind of dumb, at this point in the stage. But, now that there's new coaching dynamics, like that might be the move that you have to make if you want to get, 3 draft picks. Those are the 2 players I think that make the most sense in terms of trading up and down. A fun one that I kind of threw out there is, do the Chrome, pass on Makar at 4, but still want to get him in the first round and try to trade in, with the Water Dogs, because the Water Dogs have talked about potentially being able to, trade back. I think that one's a little less likely. It'd be a fun one, but I would be shocked if Andy Towers doesn't make a move, because I just feel like right now he feels comfortable with the guys he has. He spoke highly of all the defenders that he has. I don't think he has any needs, but I think in the back of his mind is like, okay, if the Bandits make it to the championship, I could be without my star players for a week at minimum, but you don't know with like injuries following that. And just having the ability to acquire some talent. The midfield is pretty scarce actually for the Chaos. After losing Mac O'Keefe and Challen Rogers. So I think they're going to think offense first. I think if one of these polls falls in their laps at 7, they'll take them. But I wouldn't be surprised if they go very offensive heavy and he tries to make some moves. I would love to see him try to make a move to go higher in the first round. I just don't think any team is willing to really part ways with those picks. Like, I'll be perfectly honest. I think the Redwoods saying they're willing to trade down is a smokescreen. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know what your thoughts are on that. I just think that having the second pick is like so valuable right now that I'd be shocked if they decide to part ways with it, unless they can get an absolute haul. But in my opinion, I think they stay put.
Let's bring in my trusty co-host and noted Redwoods fan as well. Deej, your thoughts if Nat saying trading out of the number 2 pick is a smokescreen, or do you think we could see the Woods trade out of number 2?
Okay, let's be honest here. Let's look at the way they're constructed. Oh, my bad. Dropped my Xbox controller. Let's look at the way they're constructed. They need defense.
I agree.
This draft is heavy defense. Why not trade down? You're going to have a good guy at 7. And maybe you get a future first or something, or you get another pick in this draft. Use it up. Go ahead and get 2 guys for 1 and still be able to go get your guy later. Like, there's no reason not to. Like, all right, the offense is fine. Like, the midfield is good. Sure, Sam Hanley would just help it, but, like, they don't really need that. And he went and got a bunch of attackers, so they kind of filled that spot with Matt Cavanaugh. They kind of just have to reconstruct how they're going to actually play as an attack unit. But offensively, I feel like they're okay. I feel like it's really short stick D mids and poles that they're looking at in this draft.
So I think the Redwoods midfield too, with the addition of all the Denver boys, with John Grant Jr. coming in the fold, you bring in Eli McLaughlin now, first time, attacking the PLL game. I think that's going to be the fascinating thing with the Redwoods and how they're trying to kind of construct this offense now with John Grant Jr. as the offensive mind and having so many guys that play with each other year round now with the Mammoth. You bring in, like I said, Eli McLaughlin, Ryan Lee is healthy now. Hopefully, he continues to stay healthy through the remainder of the NLL postseason. And then just the familiarity factor that those guys have with John Grant Jr., adding his offensive line in with the likes of Perk, Miles Jones. Like, this Redwoods offense, I think, is going to look the most unique and different it's ever looked in all of their existence in the PLO.
And you mentioned 7. Do you think Chaos and Redwoods trade? Because I originally thought that would be the best scenario, is if Towers tries to trade up to get McConvey, because I do think like they're going to think offense first. If I'm Nat St. Laurent and I want defense, why don't you get the pick of the litter there? If it's Adler, unless he gets taken at 1, or if it's Bowen, unless it's maybe it's a McCarr that might fall a little bit. I don't know. That's why I think they stay put and just get their guy. But if you can get draft picks, it's not a bad move.
I might be crazy here, but I think their guy is Chris Fake, and Chris Fake's going to be there.
I think their guy is Chris Fake too, but I think he'll be available in later rounds. So that's why.
So why not trade down? Like, you don't even have to use him for the 7th. You can still go get somebody else very good that's going to complement the team and go get Chris in the 2nd or 3rd round, because I don't think a lot of people are looking at it.
Makes sense.
Draft just started, and we have our next guest in the waiting room joining us as well. Chaos Defender, the legend himself, Jared Newman joins us. What's going on, brother?
Trying to watch this draft to see Andy Towers rip this thing up.
I saw your tweet earlier. Who do you want to see added to the Os boys? Who's Jared Newman's pick of choice?
I know who we're going for, so I'll wait and we'll kind of let it be. but I don't think it's going to be probably what most people think. We'll put it that way.
Are you excited about said pick?
I'm excited about the first 3 picks. As I think some cards need to fall, but I'm really excited about the first 3 picks.
I'm stoked to see what you guys do because, I thought free agency was solid for you guys. You kept your core intact. You brought back everybody that fits the mold of what you guys want to do to run it back and get back to that championship game and, get over that mountaintop again like you did in 2021. And now you just add the youth pieces.
Can't spell championship without chaos.
Throw that on a shirt. And joining us as well right now, the face-off man extraordinaire, the beast, Greg Gorenlian, joins
What's
us.
up, Greg?
How we doing?
What's going on?
Woo!
So,
Quite a
Beast,
night.
I got to get your perspective, obviously being the face-off guy. 1, how many face-off guys do you think we see drafted tonight? And 2, when does Sisselberger get picked?
I would be very surprised if Sisselberger went go to the chaos. That would be surprising to me. But my feeling is that once one guy goes, the other teams are going to panic because there's a few guys who need them. I'm seeing a lot of Riley and Cole. Zach Cole's stock has kind of dropped off a little bit in the last few weeks based on my conversations with coaches. The name that I've been shocked about is Nick Rowlett hasn't been mentioned as much. And that blows my mind because I think if I had a big board of face-off guys, he'd be number 3 for sure. It would be Sisselberger, LaSala, and Rowlett. And then I worry about Zach Cole's hand speed at a pro level. And I worry about Riley's size. He's already kind of beat up. The way Matty Palin referees this thing, you better have some extra padding on you. It's a big guy league right now. So, yeah, that's where I'm at when I look at this. I think Sis will go to the chaos. If not, I would be blown away.
And how much do you think these guys that you do see getting drafted are going to, need some of that, welcome to the big leagues moments when they're at the stripe this summer and kind of getting adjusted to how they call, the face-offs and everything?
Yeah, it's, when I talked to coaches in the offseason, they were asking, what do we do face-off wise? And I always tell them that you want to get a veteran on your roster. You don't want to go into week 1 with a rook. It used to be like this all the time in the MLL, where because the learning curve was so crazy, the face-offs were so lawless that if you didn't figure it out within a game or 2, your career was over. And we saw that all the time. 3-time All-Americans come in and they last a half. And the learning curve is drastic now with the PLL. Not only do you have different rules as far as lineup, but they seem completely disinterested in calling anything. So, it's a serious learning curve. And I tell these coaches, if you're going to have a rookie out there, you have to commit to them. You got to give them like 3 or 4 games.
Well, we do have the first domino. Mike Pressler makes his first pick as head coach and GM of Atlas, and it is Gavin Adler as the number 1 overall pick going to Atlas from Cornell. Hutton, your thoughts on the first domino?
Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm necessarily shocked, but it's definitely going to have ripple effects on what happens with the rest of the draft. Do Atlas go offense with number 3? We could still see Hanley end up there, or do they grab another pole? I'm not super surprised, but it is crazy. I think that's like the first defender taken first overall since 2001, 2002 or whatever.
Redwoods have next pick, right? I'd be shocked if Hanley doesn't go to them.
I'd be stunned.
I'd be shocked. I mean, Nat loves big bodies. He loves the big physical game. He's an intense guy. I don't see any way that Nat passes on a kid like that.
Yeah, 0 shot. Especially, him with Perkovic.
I hate it. But he shouldn't do it. He should, in my opinion, he should go get what's his name? That kid from Duke that wears number 1. What's his name? He played D mid. He coming out of high school. He played O mid. They switched him to D mid for 3 years, and they just switched him back to O mid this year. So he's a 2-way guy, and they definitely need another D mid. They lost one or two this summer or in the past 2 years. I would go with a two-way mid, and like you got 4 big guys already, and it hasn't worked. So
I
go back?
think I love where your head's at. I think with I think a speed dodger makes the entire offense work. And I think what's his name? The other kid from Duke.
Brennan O'Neill.
Nakai.
Oh, yeah.
I think he started to show that ability towards the end of last season. And I think if Nakai can be who we think he can be, then it opens up all that stuff. I think Hanley gives them another step down threat. I mean, when you look at the Redwoods offense, it should be as simple as RP3 pushing GLE. You draw a slide, so you bang it up top, and we have a step down too. It should be that easy of an offense. For whatever reason, it's not sometimes. But I think
Can Hanley play two-way? Can he develop that skill set? I mean,
I don't know.
He's big and strong. I don't know. I agree left to right, but I think if he gets a chunk of guys, he's going to get them so far off their line, it might not necessarily matter.
Yeah. I think, the Outlaws for years in the MLL beat you with two-way mids like that. And I love
Ledman. Garrett Ledman, that's his name.
Yes.
That's who I think he should go get. Garrett Ledman.
That's a good call. When's the Redwoods' next pick, though?
Second pick, second round.
Yeah. It's a very deep draft. That's what's crazy. They also need a stud LSM.
Or a cover defender.
Yeah.
Well,
so,
they
you're
getting
getting
their
Grant.
pick, and they go Owen Grant from Delaware going to the
What
Woods.
do we know?
I love that.
What do we know?
I love that. Glaze is only playing one more season, and Epple's there. Yeah, I love that. Oh, that kid is a stud. So we got
He fits
two
right in with
polls.
the shit talk culture too that they have.
Yeah. 2 polls off the board. That's
Wow.
never happened.
Yeah, who needs offense?
Twitter's about to be up in flames tonight.
Yeah. So now, do the Atlas take Hanley?
Oh, no question.
Yeah.
That's a no-brainer. And I think it's going to get Romar back in the swing of things too. Having another big body that you can put on a line with him.
Yeah.
And they'll probably run Bucaro. They've been running with Romar, I think. Speed
Play
dodger
devil's
with 2 big
advocate.
bodies.
Do they go Hanley though if they passed on him number 1? I mean, obviously you didn't want Adler
I go
to.
O'Neill.
Yeah. I think everybody would draft Brennan O'Neill and take his rights for a couple of years if they could pull that off. Yeah, I think the Atlas didn't take it they just had to pick a guy to take number 1. I mean, they had to pick somebody. But I think Hanley's kind of a no-brainer. If we think that's a no-brainer, who do you think the Chrome are going to go with?
Dordovic.
Yeah.
I think they take Tucker. I think they roll the dice. I think they want to get Makar, but I think they're willing to roll the dice and take Dordovic.
I think Tucker's game fits so well in the Pro League.
Mm-hmm.
I think you just give him all the freedom he needs. Just, hey, take the handcuffs off. You're not necessarily in a system anymore. Here are rules, and do what you know how to do.
That's a great point. We actually were speaking about that last week on Rise Up about how guys like Pete Poilon, Jeremy Sieverts, these were guys who got to the pros and all of a sudden they were unstoppable because like you said, they took the handcuffs off and they were allowed to play like ballers.
But I loved your take on Twitter saying that no goalies are going to be drafted.
It's legit the hardest position in the PLL, I think, to make a roster.
There's too much talent right now, and everyone's set. Like, no one really stands out like they did last year. So I don't know. I could be wrong. Last year, I thought only 1 would get taken and 3 got taken, but we'll see.
What about the UMass kid?
I think he could. I just think no one needs goalies, so you could wait and just pick them up in the player pool. But
yeah, it's crazy. There's only 2 goalies per team. There's only 1 faceoff guy per team. In the whole world, that's the only pros. It's crazy.
It's tough positions to crack, unfortunately.
Yeah. I put out on on Twitter today who needs an attackman, and
That was a fun take by you.
A fan of every team was like, "We do." I'm like,
no, not really.
Here's one thing I was curious about, and I don't think not many people really took the bait on the question. But if you are the Cannons and you're revamping this offense, and you know Holman, right? Holman wants a system. Does Lyle fit that? And they didn't move Drenner yet. So my thought was Drenner was an All-American ex-attackman. Do you move Lyle for picks? And
yeah, we'll take him.
Yeah.
I'm down.
And because here's why. Holman doesn't really fit in an offense like that. The ball needs to spin. And I think you're asking Cav to be a backdoor cutting attackman, in that situation. I don't know. But it was just something I thought, and apparently no one agreed. So everyone on Twitter was like, let's ignore this question.
No, I think that's an interesting thought.
I feel like so many people are afraid
they
to
have conflicting pieces.
I feel like so many people are afraid to say that they would be down to trade Lyle. Like they feel
yeah,
like
and I don't
like
think
one
it's
of
a
those,
personal
like,
thing. I think it's a system thing.
Yeah.
I think like he would fit better in a chaos style offense, but
or water dogs.
Yeah.
I suggested Chrome trade for him when the Nick Turn news first came out, but you need a haul. But I just feel like he has chemistry with some of those guys already on that roster. And
wow.
Chrome's
all
very
defense.
Much,
the year of
very
defense.
much into a system. Like they're a system team. Lyle, his system is any team with Lyle, their system is play off of Lyle. You need to instinctively play off of him. And
Brett Maker goes number 3 to Atlas.
What are they doing? They did not need him.
That's
wow.
What, has there ever been a 3 in the row all poll draft ever?
I don't.
Just bang.
I don't think so.
No way.
Are we going to do the
same
thing the
real
NFL draft does to Levis? Are we going to get a Hanley cam now?
Please.
Does Sam have the lineup of women next to him like Levis did? Because I'm down. I watch that.
As long as he's a little teary-eyed as well.
As an aside, that is one of the biggest phenomenons in NFL draft right now. Is every sister of a brother who's getting drafted, every girlfriend is like, it's prom all over again. I need to get my Instagram famous right now.
I'm getting it done.
Yeah. Wow.
Everything in the Big Ten looks so bad when it comes to lacrosse. Like BTN Plus just has to go.
BTN Plus. I'm on the record of saying it's the biggest scam in sports.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I live in BTN country and I'm not paying that. I live there.
If you get BTN Plus, you can't watch any lacrosse games early in the season because it's just basketball.
Yeah.
And then the games are available on ESPN that are good.
And you're like sitting in the nosebleeds.
Yeah.
From the camera angle. So it's not even worth it.
Dude, don't even get me started on Maryland's camera. Jesus Christ. It's like a space drone. Trust us. Things are good down there.
Yeah, it's literally at the top of the press box and it's just waving back and forth. It's stupid.
So 1, 2, 3D. Where does fake fit in with all this?
I think he slides to the woods way late.
Dude.
This is what I was talking about, fellas.
I think you could put
this is what I was waiting for.
I think you could put Owen Grant up at mid or at LSM and run him back to back with John Sexton, and then you slide Chris Fake down low as a
and they're set at D for a long time.
Yeah, if they do that, they're set. Because they're also young.
You know what's hilarious is I just looked at the ESPN screen and I forgot Pressler's the coach. I was like, what the hell happened to Ruby?
I loved his quote when he had his introductory press conference and he was like, why he retired from college. And he was like, I didn't sign up for the player pool and for the transfer portal and NIL. And I was like, oh, baby, wait till you learn PLL free agency stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, Pressler's definitely making the assistants handle that. He's like, I am not doing this. You guys got it.
Yeah, he's like, hey guys, Trevor's asking about a max contract. Can you guys take care of that? I'm gonna slide on down to the hotel bar real quick. Man, so they went with 2D.
Am I crazy for thinking Water Dogs should draft Mikey Bain to replace Ryan Brown?
It's not crazy if it works.
I don't think anything's crazy right now. We've got three defensemen in a row.
Yeah, you got a point. I think this
You're
is
good.
kind of just the free for all at this point.
Inside Lacrosse has done 12 mock drafts, and they're all throwing their hands, punching the sky right now.
Oh, every mock
so's Chris
draft is
Bates.
like Hanley too. Like,
Dude,
everyone
Inside
wants-
Lacrosse's Lacrosse's mock drafts had the Woods taking a face-off guy with their first pick, and I said, fire that person. Who, like, you have one job, it's to write a good piece, and you screwed it up.
Fire the editor too. Who allowed that to
Yeah.
get published?
Yeah, you just look at it real quick and go, nah, rewrite this.
So easy.
Wow, this is fun. I love how unpredictable this is.
Damn, Boyle put on a little weight. He's looking a little heavy in the jawline area.
Nah, that's all shrugs, man.
I love Bustin' Boyle. He's the best.
Chris
Wow.
Bates is probably throwing his arms up in the air too because all these mock drafts are dead.
Yeah, Chris Bates is like, I didn't expect to have a shot at any of these guys. Who do we take? Well, who do the Archers take now? Because they lost.
They're gonna get
I
McConvey.
like their attack right now, though.
They
They're
lost
gonna
the
get
whole.
McConvey.
They lost.
There's
the
no
whole
way they
team.
pass on McConvey, in my opinion.
Yeah.
The Vermont
Maybe
connection.
they draft a goalie.
Well,
They
that's
could in the
team
fourth.
right
Yeah.
here. I think
You
it
mentioned
depends
that.
on what kind of stock they put in Inacio coming back.
Mm-hmm.
And there it is.
Okay, but
Sam
you're
Hamley
drafting-
going to Chrome.
if you're drafting face off, who would you draft first?
I would either Sis or LaSalle.
I love Rowlett.
Yeah, I love Rowlett. I think he's going.
I think
to
I
be-
love Rowlett for.
I can see Rowlett going to the Whips in the second round.
I didn't realize Rowlett
Who's
was
their homework, man?
He's
available.
not allowed to go to the Whip Snakes. He's not. Nick Rowlett is not allowed to go to the Whip Snakes.
I didn't realize he was
He can literally
eligible.
go anywhere else, but he could not go there.
Yeah, it's it'll be interesting. I don't think anyone takes a face-off guy in the first round.
It wouldn't be smart.
The only
to.
one I can see doing it is the Chaos. But we'll see.
How do you? I saw you talking on Twitter a little bit about it. How would you feel playing in like a two face-off man tandem the way they do in Michigan?
In college?
Yeah.
In college, it's different. In college, you could do that. In the pros, you can't. You're
Yeah.
you're going against one of the six best, hypothetically, one of the six best guys in the world, and rhythm is everything. And I think Michigan's done a great job. They have two starting caliber faceoff guys, and I give a lot of credit to Nick Rowlett because it's not easy to be a senior and have someone like Wheatfield come in and take, slightly more reps than you. And he's, and because of it, we feel being an All-American and taking half the reps, you got to be a baller. And Wheatfield's been that. So, yeah, I'm actually kind of shocked the third team All-American nod didn't go to Tommy Burke. But I guess, you never know what's going to happen with that.
Pseudo looks like he could do backflips right now.
Yeah, Sue's like, you idiots.
Yeah, I saw this coming. So does Heacock slide down to attack, or do they put Jackson Morrell down there?
Who knows? Who knows? I think Heacock stays at attack, though.
I would put him down at attack. I don't think he looks.
Nah, I'd leave Heacock at the midfield.
I don't think he looks good up there. I feel like his production has dropped since he moved over from the MLL where he's playing attack.
Yeah, but they have, I don't know. You could try him, I guess, instead of Morrill, but they have Wisnauskas on the left side. They got Jesse King on the left side. I'd keep him at the midfield.
I mean, I'd just put him at X.
Yeah, I don't know. And I don't think Nick Turn's going to be as unavailable as people think either, from what they were saying. I think you trust Morrill, and then maybe you get a guy like, I mean, who knows? I think Tucker will probably be gone by the time they pick again, but you get him or somebody else that can run from X if you really feel uncomfortable.
It'll be interesting to see if Hanley can. I'm fascinated by the big lumbering guy that can kind of truck stick Division I shorties, because these are grown ass men in the PLL.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, like I look at him, or I look at what's his name on the Redwoods. Yeah. And I mean, he's fast in the open field, and Hanley doesn't look like he can sprint past a PLL shorty.
Mm-hmm.
He looks like he could truck a smaller guy. So I'm going to be it'll be interesting to see if he can do that in the PLL.
I think the key for that team too is Nick Turn. I mean, obviously he's on that list right now. And although, we hope he plays, I think everyone hopes he plays. He's a good competitor, good player. I think that, dealing with the holdout list from Johnny Surdick and Matt Reese, like when they aren't available, they're really not available.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I hope he plays, because I like to see him out there. He's a competitive guy. He makes the games fun, but, that's a serious commitment those guys do, and you can only thank them for it.
And I feel like you guys know best of any team with back-to-back years of having to navigate through that.
Yeah, I remember when I was with the Lizards, we had Henderson came from Army, and his first game he actually put him on Rabel, and he was beating the living hell out of him, and we beat the Cannons. And then the next season, he's like, yeah, can't. I got to serve. We're like, man, dude, just got a little taste of what that guy could have been. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's the tough part of that. Or like drafting. I feel like Chaos got lucky drafting a guy. Who was he talking about? I think it was Jeff T. Like those guys who went back to school. Like they didn't necessarily have to need those guys,
yeah,
so it wasn't a big deal when they left. But I feel like Archer's kind of lost out not getting Pat Spencer. Like him not playing lacrosse sucks so much.
Yeah.
I'm happy he chased another dream and it's working out, but man, him on that Archer's offense, with the way it was constructed before, would have been crazy.
It did, however, spare us 6 years of Quint talking about how Spencer plays basketball.
Yes, absolutely.
I was like, he made a roster. I'm like, thank God. Oh, God bless him. I can't do this anymore. Yeah, I remember the Spencer Ament comparisons were fun that year.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I remember when guys were, so what was it? Was it who tried to draft Teat a year early?
Chaos.
Bingo.
Chaos, right? Yeah.
That was the COVID year draft where it was only 2
He
rounds.
would have fit great on this roster.
Well, it's nuts because you have look, what we got, one more year of these guys who had that waiver.
I think so.
And we were laughing about it, me and Scotty, because we were like, dude, this has gotten ridiculous. You have kids who reclassed, then PG'd, then redshirted, then got a blanket waiver. You got a bunch of guys who are middle-aged that are coming out of this draft that only have
Bennett.
4 years left before they start to slow down.
There's a hilarious comparison of the NFL, and it was all these young QBs, they're getting the bag. It's Lamar and the Giants QB and all these other QBs getting the draft, and it's Stenson Bennett rookie contract. It's well, you're 26 years old. These guys have already played 4 years.
Yeah, better invest that money, man. Better buy some car washes.
They showed Jared Goff is gonna be 29 this year, and he's got 8 years of NFL experience, and they drafted Hendon Hooker. He's gonna be 26 by the time he actually gets a chance to even start.
Yeah.
We got well,
Sis is gone.
Sis is off the board to the Archers.
Well done, Archers. Well done. I mean, this is a team that if they had a 50% face-off guy in the playoffs, they could have won at least one championship at this point. And it doesn't help when you have Gittleman screaming about how much faceoffs suck on Twitter all the time. So, yeah, I mean, Sis, what's interesting about Sis is he can take a massive beating. He can face off on a knee. He can face off standing. He's proven at this point. You're talking about one of the greatest college faceoff men of all time. So,
look at this specimen. Showing his wrestling highlights now. Look at this.
Yeah, like what is going on?
dude, you know what's
Kinda like
crazy
Pat Spencer
too?
because he plays basketball.
He is the sweetest human being on earth.
Oh, he's so nice. He's a
He
great
will
kid.
kill you, and then he'll literally like give your eulogy and talk about how amazing of a person you are. He is the sweetest person. So really happy for him. Man.
Turn around and give you CPR and bring you back to life.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Nicer.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do it. So now it's going to be fascinating. Now let's see what the Whips and the Chaos do. If I'm the Chaos, I do not screw with this situation. I get LaSala immediately. The Whips, I think they can afford to wait a little bit, but the Chaos cannot mess this up.
And I think you keep them from getting LaSala as well.
I think a no middy's coming off the board.
Which one?
Who has 6? Cannons? No, they traded away theirs.
No, the Whips have 6.
Whip snakes.
Oh.
What did the Whips lose this year?
Nards.
Face off, yeah.
They lost
Jay
Carlson.
retired.
Jay Carlson as well.
They gained Will Manny.
Mhm.
Yeah, that offense is going to be extremely efficient.
They're gonna go face off. They're gonna get Petey LaSala. I think
Good.
they are.
Look, it's scary being an injured faceoff guy and losing a year. It's really scary
Because he plays very similar to Nards.
He does, and
I
to be
honestly
honest,
don't think it's a bad pick.
no,
I think
I
that's probably
think
smart. So you could trade away one of them after. It's not like Nards can come
100%.
back and be a nobody. Like
Right.
Nards is one of the
100%.
best face-up guys on the planet.
yeah,
It's just because he's a dog. Like he just chases you down.
yeah, he's not a technical killer. He's a physical killer.
Yeah.
And Petey has faster hands, and he's actually a stronger person. And that's scary when you go look at a younger guy. You don't want to screw that up. And I think you were absolutely right. Like, what's the worst that happens? Now you have 2. And if Joe comes back and he's 100%, great. Now you have a guy with experience. You know, the Water Dogs benefited from that. Zach Tucci played like 5 games last year. And now, even if Withers misses the beginning of the season or is banged up, they have another starting caliber guy, and experience is everything. So,
Yeah, and the only other player that, at least according to the website for the Whip Snakes, that they haven't re-signed is Brian Cole.
yeah, they're in a good spot. Yeah, we'll see, man. We've been right about everything so far, so.
Yep.
Cole will sign probably just later on because Cole
Yeah.
is so sneaky good. He's so sneaky good.
And
People
Stags
underestimate
loves
how
that
good
guy.
he is.
Anytime, like, you wouldn't even finish saying his name in a press conference, and Stags was, like, drooling about him. He loves Brian Cole.
Yeah, if the Whips do go with LaSala, I expect Rowlett to go immediately. But Andy has surprised me before, so
I just can't wait to see his big mug on the TV.
yeah.
He's gonna do something funny. He's gonna chirp someone. He's just entertainment value is through the roof with this guy.
He is awesome. I wish I had played longer just so I could have a shot to play for that guy because he's awesome.
Is it really too late?
Oh, it's too late. Last summer was the first time since I retired that nobody called me to ask. Finally.
Tucker Dordovic gone to the Whips.
Wow.
Whoa.
That's good because they need more offensive firepower. Jesus.
Yeah, I don't know how they pick a starting lineup now.
Maybe they go into camp and they go, okay, one of you guys is tradable for a face-off guy.
Tradable? Or who's coming out of the box there? Like, I don't like what?
Yeah, they just
Well,
might,
I mean, I don't know. I think they're gonna have to trade somebody. Zed's
they might
coming
go
back.
old school Stags and just go 2 midlines.
Yeah.
That
I
was
mean-
the biggest pain in the ass to deal with in the MLL. Was he had 2 full midlines that could do offense and defense, and it was like you were screwed in transition all the time.
And I don't
Yeah,
know
I mean,
if that
I thought
coaching
they'd go
staff.
inside guy or something, some sort of Canadian or something, just because like it works so well for them with Carlson. It's like, you know, you got a monster on each side. You got a right-handed and a left-handed monster. It's like there's only so many times the ball can go around.
That is interesting too. Is I wonder if you get away with it more in the PLL of being able to run the two-way midi because the shot clock is shorter and the field is shorter. It's not nearly as taxing. So as long as you're not a complete invalid on defense, like I wonder.
Oh man, I wish I could say that out loud, but I really can't. I got a DM about that last pick.
Oh boy.
You're talking about-
Censor it.
Hey, send it to me. I can say it on our podcast later.
Censor it.
Scotty and I get away with a lot of terrible things on there.
We try to be PG for the kids.
We have one segment that's almost dedicated every week to Matty Palin.
I love Matty.
Screwing everything up. Yeah, I love Matty too. I love Matty.
You ever show the have you ever seen the Cout clip with the replay, Greg? There's a clip. I gotta find and send it to you. Cout runs out with the iPad and the replay, and he's showing it to Matty Palin. He's like, look, you're wrong.
That's a Springfield guy for you.
I love it.
That's the PLL equivalent to Pat Bev going up to the
Yeah.
to the ref with the camera.
Cout did it first.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember texting Paul after they mic'd Matty up. I go, you guys just created an absolute monster.
Honestly, you might be able to read it. I just sent it to you. You might be able to read it online. It'd come off a little if I read it. Because you'd have to show the picture too. Oh my god, it's hilarious.
The hell? I got to sign into Twitter. I'm already signed into Twitter.
I hate when it does that.
Take pressure off of Zed, Matt, and Brad Smith. I don't know if there's a whole lot of pressure when you have 3 go-to guys, but okay.
Stags is always playing chess while we're playing checkers, man.
Yeah, he's like, take the pressure off. Like,
Man.
they look pretty efficient. I don't know if there's a whole lot of pressure.
And I thought Stags would have tried to like keep things even keel because he really hated that championship series. I feel like he's gonna just to finish at the 5 seed, not have to go again.
He did not look like he was having a good time whatsoever.
Man, he said, "My team is so much better when I have Michael Earhart in my defense."
Do we pick up O'Neal right now?
I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Put him on a line with Dane.
Damn it, Elon, let me read this thing.
Need an athletic American midfielder or, a slick, oversized Canadian midfielder, some sort of midfielder to help replace the loss of Challen and see what else we need.
And Mac, yeah.
Fill out the second line.
Mm-hmm.
Man, this is really loud. It's not letting me read it.
That's why.
It's all right. Just
Screenshot.
Forward it.
There is a way around everything.
yeah.
Elon will not win.
Yeah, Elon, stick that in your verified accounts. Dork. Oh, I am. All right, after this chaos pick, I gotta go. But I'm absolutely hanging in there for this. God, that is absolutely on brand. That is dead ass. Dude, that is perfect. Oh, I'm glad somebody else thinks the same things I think. That is perfect. That is exactly what I think about when I see Whips fans. Whips fans are like, what's he talking about?
I saw it and just died.
Yeah.
I lost it.
That is elite. Scotty will kill me if I show that. He'll be like, dude, why'd you do that?
Shouts to Brian Knows Lax.
Yeah.
He sent me. Yeah,
Well
that's
done,
my
Brian.
guy.
He does know Lax. Very, very much so. Oh, here's Paul.
Let's go. I'll take it. I like it.
Oh yeah,
I
kid
like
from
it.
Georgetown.
I
The
like
Jared
it.
Newman instant reaction to his new team.
I like it.
Oh,
Where's Jack
wow.
Rowlett right now?
I
Where is
got to
Jack
know
Rowlett
Will.
right now?
I got to know Will a little bit at some of the Team USA stuff. He's a great fucking guy too. Like he is awesome. He's awesome.
Can you
He's a
FaceTime Jack?
savage.
Yeah, let me call Jack right now.
He's ecstatic. He's somewhere jumping around. He just put his head through a wall.
Oh my God. It's
Jack's
just
probably
so much jacked large people down at that close to fence now.
Yeah.
Jack Rowlett's in AT's ear right now. He's like, do the pick. Do the pick.
Do it.
This is the
It's like the
second
evil
year.
Let's go!
This is the second.
Come on!
Let's go.
The beard is strong.
Well, I'm on the pod with Greg and everyone right now. They're like, calm.
Let's go, Jack.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Hey, we just brought our average height up, so why don't you stop bringing it down and grow a little? Yeah, all right. I'll call you after this. Bye.
All right,
Oh.
fellas. It was fun chopping it up. I got to go read
Thanks,
Jack
Beast.
Harry Potter before he goes to bed.
Oh yeah,
Later,
we
man.
love Harry.
All right, fellas. Always a pleasure. I'll talk to you guys later.
See ya.
Jared, congrats.
Thank you.
There it is. Was that the presumed pick?
So it was between I think Towers knew there was defenders going off the board early, so we weren't sure who was going to be around. But it was either that or a big athletic midfielder, someone like a Brendan O'Neill, or we love the kid from Delaware, the Canuck kid, right? Or the Vermont. He was formerly at Vermont, right? And then didn't he go to Delaware?
Yeah.
School. Yeah, he's great. We're looking for something like that. I think just we needed it, and I think Towers probably was like, all these defenders are going. We gotta take our chance now on the defender side, and we can hopefully round two regroup and get the offensive players. Since
They're all still
besides
Yeah.
he shaved today. He lined up the facial hair.
I mean, he's on national television.
And I think that helps too. I mean, right? Like if we're gonna lose for any amount of time, or if we got rid of Matt Reese. Unfortunately, I love Matt Reese, but this kid's a big, skilled body that's gonna step in physically. He's ready to compete at this level. I'm not saying the other defenders aren't, but physically, like he's a grown man now, right? And I mean, you heard Greg talk about it. The speed, the size, the strength of the guys in our league is just a little different. I think his frame fits well. I think you could always throw him up top on wings if CJ or Troy need a break. I think you can keep him down low with me and Jack, or sub Johnny up, and we can roll around. But I think this gives us options, and I like this. He's a good player too. He's a great kid.
That size helps because that's what AT said before the championship game. Why you guys played the vets throughout the playoffs? Their size mattered.
I mean, with a couple exceptions. I mean, obviously there's your water bugs in every team, but you look at a lot of this really skilled attackmen in our league. Like they're not small guys, right? I mean, start with my team alone. If you're looking at the producers of last year, it was, Challen Rogers is 6'4", Dane Smith is 6'4", Josh Burns 6'2". You're looking at Kieran McCardle at least 6'1", 6'2", strong, way stronger than he looks. You look over at the Whip Snakes. I mean, they try to list Zed at 185. We all know he's 230. Rambo's 220 plus. Like you're not dealing. Jay Carlson wasn't a small guy.
Mm-hmm.
He was at least 6'3". Like you're not dealing with these smaller guys. There are water bugs, but I think a lot of the efficient guys in the league are on the offensive end are grown men. You got to match size with them, or you're gonna get run over. I mean, we just sat here talking about big athletic middies in the beginning of this podcast. I mean, Perkovic, Miles Jones, Sam Hanley. Brendan O'Neill's not a small kid. Like these are the guys that are gonna have These guys are gonna have an impact. They're built, right? So I think I like Will Bowen. He's obviously, Jack's coaching him. Jack's a good coach. He's a great player. So I think he'll already fit in. But from the time I spent with him at Team USA stuff and some other events, like he's just a good person. Like he wants what's best for the team. And I think Towers did a really good job coaching up our locker room to be team first. And I don't know if a lot of other teams have that.
And McConvey goes to the Water Dogs.
I like that. That's a very good pick.
He's very good.
He fits their entire philosophy to a T.
He's another kid that transferred from Vermont. I'm interested to see where.
Does this put too much pressure on Tom and Amen? Like do they need another guy to create and give space, or do they have too many finishers? I mean, O'Keefe is a great shooter. I mean, I love the kid to death, but he's not gonna just always take your guy one-on-one, right? And I don't think this kid's a one-on-one guy either. So I think you really leave it up to Tom and Grant. Just kind of find skip lanes.
I think McConvey
Wrong team
too. Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was totally thinking Archers for some reason.
Yeah. I'm like,
my
head was going straight to the Archers there. I was like, whoa.
My head is not thinking. I'm like, this is not matching here. Hold on.
It was the Virginia Orange.
I'm thinking of yeah, exactly. I saw the orange. I was like, oh, he's going to the Archers. There we go.
Plus, they draft every Virginia guy all the time.
Well, I was thinking one way.
You're onto something.
Watch, next pick, they trade him to Virginia. They trade him to the Archers. Keep him on that. We actually traded. We're going to give him away. Yeah, he's slick. He's freaking sick.
I think that helps with what they do with Sowers, too. When he runs out of the box, it gives you just another option to help that happen.
We're going second round now. Who's the first pick of the second round?
Cannons.
Oh, so they have a couple relatively close together. Chaos at 15. Okay.
I'm curious if Holman trades this pick.
Or what? Or who?
To just get, like, he said when he met with the media and everything last week, like, if they were to do anything, like, he would rather trade back to acquire more picks since they only have 2. One true attackman taken in the first round.
Good. It's about time. Attackman this, attackman that.
Let's go.
Fucking attackman. Like the real stars of the game are defense and goalies. I showed real props to goalies and face-off men, because like they truly win the specialty thing. Specialties, I call it special teams of lacrosse. Like if your special teams wins, you're most likely going to win the game. They're getting you more possessions, which gives you more shots, more chances at goals. Like that's just basic math. So to me, those two are like on a separate pedestal, but then right below them is defense. Offense is going to score.
Like,
The ball is
it's like,
small.
I agree with you, but like, I mean, right. I think that's why Greg thought we were going face-off guy so badly. Cause I mean, we've been in this league 4 years. I don't know if we've really had a above 30% on the season, like win percentage at the X. So it's like, we're playing defense 70% of the time, start every freaking time. It's like I wouldn't have minded that pick, but I think that's where Greg's head was.
Mhm.
I just think so many defensemen went early. Mayhem just erupted and the draft went where no one thought it was going.
So
I
that
feel
just
like
went.
it is like 3 teams though consistently that it's been like a struggle at face off.
Yeah, it has been. Chrome, Cannons, Chaos.
Archers, not Chrome.
Yeah, I guess. Connor Farrell's had more good years than bad years.
Yeah.
Still a little inconsistent, in my opinion.
It's like
The
I
Archers
think guys like Sis will I don't think Sisselberger will be bad. I think he'll need an adjustment period just because I think these guys like Sisselberger is an intense kid. He's going to take this really seriously. He's going to work super hard. So I think he will be good. But I also think a big thing about this league is it's not just like winning the clamp. It's about what you do after. Like we were talking
Right.
about Nards, right? I mean, that kid just hunts you down until he gets the ball. And like Withers does that a lot. He's like fine just like absolutely playing after. Like a lot of these guys who I feel like have success late in seasons are guys that can just like go. They just got a motor and
Trevor
they can just
does
keep
it.
doing it. Trevor does it. Trevor stays on and plays offense too.
Yeah.
Like he just keeps going. They have this motor. I just, TD is fast. He's athletic. Like these guys are, I think that's what you need. That's why I like Rowlett. I also don't want to see Jack blow up his brother if that happens somewhere else. If he goes to another team. Sorry, Jack. Don't kill your brother if he goes anywhere else.
I think he should go, you guys. I said that. We're going to have to pull it up. I think I said that almost a year ago now. Like, he was like the perfect kind of guy to fit into your squad.
And I love Max, and I think they'll compete, and I think they'll make each other better.
Oh, yeah.
Huge. Like, you know what I'm
He's
saying?
just-
They'll go at it. They'll go hard. They'll provide value. I think that's what we can use.
And I think that's how he ended up really going back to back. Because, like, I mean, if you look at his sophomore and junior years, they were good, but they weren't, like, great. But I think, Weefelt comes in and Conroy's like, I mean, this guy's going to take, like, all our face-offs. He's a beast. And Nick's like, the hell he is. Hold on. I got something to say. And, yeah, so now he kind of earned back. And he's just going to do the same thing in the pros. Obviously, he's not going to, like Greg said, he's not going to be able to get that split time, but he's going to get better. They're going to get better. As a unit, they'll be better. And when it is his turn to step up, he'll be ready.
Look at these. These are such cool moments. I love these, like, everyone's getting hyped for you moments. These are sweet.
Matt Campbell from Villanova goes to the Cannons.
He's very good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm a Big East guy. I competed in the Big East. Like, I watch a lot of these games. I mean, he's very, very skilled. I really like his game.
He's another big, fast frame. Very solid frame, but, like, moves very fast. Also very, very smart. That's that Catholic school stuff. I have a professor in college that fills out her whole bracket based on the Catholic schools. She only picks Catholic schools. It's so crazy.
Lord carry her now.
There was a while that what was the
Sister
Loyola
Jean?
Chicago or whatever it was?
Yeah.
Right? Whatever team in the NCAA tournament, she was doing it for that, and she was picking they went to the Elite Eight 2 years in a row.
Went to
or something
Final
like
Four,
that.
I think.
Final Four, yeah.
She was killing it. She's like, these Catholic schools are making money.
Imagine if it was
Cannon's
that
midfield is interesting as hell now.
I think it's been interesting. It's always been just like a jumble of guys. Cannon looks like a high school of misfits. Everybody just goes. Nobody fits together.
So who are they running now? Who are they? They got what? Holman. They got Nolting. They got Campbell. They have Lyle. They have Drenner.
Cav.
And Cav. That's like it's like 6 different.
And they still have Reefus and Charlotte Beatties. They have Charlotte Beatties too.
Yeah.
Like that's what I mean. They're all misfits. None of them fit with each other.
Maybe he's trying to maybe he's looking to pick up and then make moves for other players or other things to fit whatever system he tries to implement.
And then they have Donville. They signed Jeff Trainer in free agency. Cockerton's on that roster.
I mean, I'll say right now, just because you don't know what style that's going to go in, and doing this for a while, that training camp is going to be. There's going to be a lot of competition at that training camp to not only fit whatever system he's trying to put in, but also just play to make the roster, because you have a lot of guys who are really good, but I don't think you have an identity yet with those guys. And it's like training camps where that's going to be figured out.
Yep.
So that's going to be a super competitive training camp, I feel like.
Oh my God. My dog. It's ridiculous.
And they have Chris Aslanian too in that midfield.
So there's a lot of weapons, but I don't see there's
no identity.
An easy path. Like this is what we're gonna do with these guys. He's got his work cut out for him.
So now it's Redwoods again.
I'm trying to think of who's available. I feel like I should know.
The most Redwoods pick of all time. Brian Tevlin from Notre Dame.
Wonder if they have any affiliation like that school and that team. I wonder if they go together at all.
I don't think so. No way. Those green buckies were disgusting in all the wrong ways. In all the wrong ways. They just need to stay gold. Gold is
the Nickelodeon broadcast helmets.
Yeah. 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 Yep.
They got the slime buckets.
I feel like you can pull those out in with a St. Patty's Day uniform and that's.
Yeah. I think I'm pretty sure that's what it was for.
What was it for? That I can't.
No,
remember.
It was late. Actually, it was just a couple weeks ago, and I don't know. It was for a rivalry. It was a rivalry game. Though.
All the clips of the green buckets now.
Yeah, it was a rivalry game though. So I think they play. I think it's when they play North Carolina. It's I get it, but no. Take a note from Michigan. Michigan only wears traditional against their rivals. You'll not catch them in anything flashy. I hate it, but I get it. Get it. And shout out to the boys going dancing. Hail to the fucking victors, man.
And getting snubbed by the committee.
No, they didn't get snubbed.
Who was your guys' biggest snub? Who do you think the biggest snub was?
I don't know if there was one.
I think Maryland and 4 seed is crazy though.
That's nuts.
Yes. Now that I literally was
Yale getting in is kind of wild.
But over who? Maybe Denver.
That was my thing. I thought.
But Denver didn't have a Denver season.
They were still top 10 the whole year basically though, right? Maybe they even fall out of it.
I think that's biased though. Same thing we're looking at with Maryland. Maryland bias. It was crazy. There's no reason for them to be at the 4.
Wow. Paul Rabel throwing you a nickname on draft day right there, just like giving it to you. All right. All right. All right.
I can't hear it because I got surround sound down here, so like it would just blast through the
Called him
stream.
Slim Reaper.
Oh, hey.
I like that he said it on the
Yeah.
draft thing. Like, that's kind of fresh though. Like he didn't just give you your normal draft like name. He gave you your nickname first, which is dope.
And he put a nice little target on your back for the rest of the league.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I'm not. I like it. He's the first person in
How
forever
do you feel
many
about
years.
those buckets?
I like the concept, but like Diggs was saying, it
Not
doesn't
executed
fit.
well.
No, I love the
Straight
concept,
up,
but
no.
yeah, I love the concept, but it just didn't do what it was supposed to do.
I was like when you have a project in school and you forgot about it and you did it the night before.
I'm gonna take this thing that already exists and change it a little bit.
Had to run out at 11 p.m. to go get glue.
But he is like, I mean, he's the first guy in like forever many years to score 50 goals in a Virginia uniform in one season. So like,
Just what Atlas needs.
I'm kind of scared of Atlas. I think the only thing really in their way is inexperience.
I mean, let's be honest. I thought they got bounced early last year.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
thought they were going to be in it at the end.
But I think that comes back to inexperience. Like Eric Law is that guy for them that's kind of like been there. But like he's not as big a part of the offense as before. So like they don't really have anybody to take over at the end of a game and be there. You need that. We saw it with the Woods. Woods got the ball first in that championship game. Blew it. Goes down to the other end. A guy like Matt Rambo, who's been there 1,000 times in every scenario, finishes it like it was nothing. You need that.
All right, here we go.
Oh, we're going heavy midfield now. Okay. Oh, no, this is another poll.
Yeah.
I like this kid. I think he was a big part of the reason why they beat Duke again.
And I think Galloway does such a good job at Jacksonville, like instilling belief in his players of their potential and like helping them grow to it. I mean, you know, I had Galloway for 2 years, right, at Providence. Like he is so good at helping develop guys and build them into something. And you know, he probably did the same thing with this kid. Took an underrated kid or a late bloomer and made him a monster.
Now we'll see what the Archers do.
They're going to go D.
They have what? Hosick,
Warren Jeffrey should be back this year. McMahon went back.
Hosick, McMahon, and Jeffries will be back. LSM, they have Connors. Who do they?
Oh, John Robbins. They might not go Paul. They might just go mid again.
They lost short sticks though, right? They lost short stick midi or no?
Yeah, that's probably where they're going to go. But I think they might grab a guy that can go two-way. Garrett Ledman, maybe. I think
a short stick D midi, like in a really good athlete, you could probably also get later and or even pick up probably from.
They signed Tim Edwards.
Swiss
they
Army
did do
knife,
that.
Man. Timmy is a Swiss Army knife. Timmy can take the draw. Timmy can D you up. Timmy can play offense. I played with Timmy for 3 years in Florida, man. That kid went under the radar.
And then they have Connors, John Robbins, and Reese Eddy at LSM.
There it is. Yep, that's what I was thinking of. We got some interesting picks coming.
Because they signed Reed Bowering, too. For that midfield.
You guys gonna make the trip for week 1 or what?
We will be in Albany.
Yes, sir.
There you go. There you go.
I'm still trying to figure out. I need to get my summer coaching schedule to see exactly where I'm going to be this summer. I'm just praying that either I don't coach Columbus weekend or I'm coaching in Columbus during Columbus weekend.
I like it.
Because we are going to Columbus as a program. I just don't know when.
Be a good weekend to do it.
It would be. I hate that I want to go there as a Michigan fan. I cannot wait to go to the stadium. I literally can't. But, like, it hurts.
He's like, it hurts. It hurts.
Michigan now needs to, like, upgrade.
I mean, it's not if they don't have the dough to do it.
Yeah. I mean, did you see how
that
beautiful
conference
Ohio
champ
State
money now.
is?
They got dough. All those football schools, man, they got the dough. They can throw it around whenever they want.
Whenever. Ohio State Stadium is beautiful.
Get
I've never
Michigan
been, so
alumni
I'm
and
excited.
I've just been
lacrosse
seeing it
and
on
Tom
TV.
Brady
I
to
haven't
donate
been
some
yet.
stuff.
I really hate that they won't go to Arlotta, though. I think Arlotta is perfect for the PLO. And it's much closer of a drive. It's an hour away from my house.
Good. I'm glad we should revolve the season around that.
Man, you got to come to the Midwest, make it easy for, like,
I'd love to.
make it easier for your biggest Midwest fan. Like, there's not a bigger PLL fan in the Midwest than me. So
I love it. I would love to. I love going to new markets. New markets usually, like, to me, are so cool to go to.
yeah, I don't know. I wonder how they're gonna do the like region thing, city thing, and if that's eventually going to affect drafts. Like, do you start, like, if you get regioned in like, I don't know, upstate New York, do you start picking guys that are from Albany, Rochester, Buffalo, just because you're there and it's going to bring a fan base? They're home, they're comfortable. Like, do you start doing that just because of where you are, or do you still, like, stick to your guns? Like, I think that's going to change.
I think partially you got to
Sometimes.
stick to your guns because I think bringing new guys into an environment brings a lot of buzz, though. Like,
Yeah.
it just brings a lot of buzz when a new guy comes in. If you watch the kid for 4 years in college, it's probably not the same excitement as, like, some new guy coming in.
How is there always a Virginia player in the top 5 best available? No matter what you look at, there's always a Virginia player there, and I just don't get it. I forgot about Evanson. He was pretty decent, though.
I mean, I think this makes sense for them.
Yeah.
I think we did it, guys. I think we picked one that made sense.
We finally nailed it. 13 picks in.
we finally got it right. Oh, they're gonna do this. They do the complete opposite.
This entire, like, early on draft is just the meme of the guy walking with his girlfriend and looking back at the other girl, and it's like attackment, not defense.
That is excellent.
I wish high school jerseys got more freedom. Oh man, I just look at some of the college jerseys, and they're just so styled. You just have so much fun.
Wow. Doesn't agree with it. Clark's like, what?
Yeah, that's crazy.
So that begs the question, were we actually right?
Yes, because, like, the pick happened, and just because this guy doesn't agree with it, just because this bozo doesn't agree with it, like, everybody else in the world is like, yes, this makes total sense, and this guy's like, I don't know.
Listen,
now
if Ryan Boyle said that, I'd be like, all right, guys, maybe we got it wrong. We should maybe rethink this.
You know what? I just realized Beast said a name that we don't say earlier, but it just didn't even cross my brain until right now.
Yeah, but it was in jest.
Yeah, that's fine. We have a very banned person on this pod that Greg brought up earlier.
Really?
Yeah, I hate him too. I just hate him because of how he sounds. And he's on like every broadcast ever, and I'm just like, this dude is ruining the sport for random people popping in. They're like, yeah, this is cool, but this guy that is speaking is just not it.
There goes Petey.
So we called it. We were just one pick late. I mean,
yeah, we were around late. Yeah,
Nard's one of the best face-off guys in the world, without a doubt. I think they need that till he gets back. Because I don't think the Whip Snakes have ever been rushed, right? Like they've always been able to have the ball and kind of get in the flow of the game. Without that, I don't know how they would react if they weren't having the ball consistently and they need to rush into their offense.
I think he just provides the exact same skill set that Nards does.
Agreed. It's a good pick by them. Good pick by Stags.
He's got a cranium. Like I can't tell if it's like that picture or like yeah. Ryan, maybe it's my TV because Ryan's head looks kind of big now too. No, it's not. Because Kark's head is really small. I don't know how I feel about the double stripes he's got on. Stripes on the jacket, the jacket and the shirt. I think it's bothering me a little bit.
Jared Newman, new teammate alert.
Did Ryan Boyle release a mock draft? I would have loved to see that.
I don't think so.
There we go. There we go. Tower's loving the Georgetown right now. He's just Rowlett must be giving him playbooks.
Jack must have took him out for drinks, man.
I don't mind it, man. He's fast. He's athletic. Like
in the little like waiting room thing, like in the deliberation room, it's just like Jack just steps in there as like the hooded Kermit.
Do it.
Jack's got a live wire to Towers' ear. He's like take him.
Brian McKinnis, yes, he's available. Do it. Do it now.
I think Kark just the nail on the head. Let him run out of the box and let him run by guys.
Yep.
We needed an athletic American-style midfielder. Let him make one hard move, get downhill, and move the ball to the Canucks to do what they do best.
Oh, another guy we don't talk about in this pod is jumping with tears of joy right now that he just got drafted. He's from Darien, Kit. Sounds like you know who this one is.
Yeah, okay. We're good. We're on. I understand who both of them are. I figured that out. We'll keep those names silent. It's like Voldemort over here.
Yeah. We can say Voldemort though. That's cool. He ain't about nothing. These other dudes it's just not it.
CJ. CJ just absolutely said the funniest thing ever. Oh my god. All right, I think our next pick has got to go to a face-off guy now. I think you got a defender to help fill in the spot. You have a good athletic midfielder. So you go another midfielder, or I think you go with a face-off guy. And if another face-off guy is taken at this point, I think this is 15. So do we have?
You guys just picked a 15.
We have the 17th pick.
Yeah, you
too?
have 17 and 23.
Okay.
And then you have 31.
So we got who's 16?
Water Dogs.
Okay. So we have all right. Well, I don't think the Water Dogs need that, so that could line up well though. The face-off could line up well because I don't think the Water Dogs. I don't think would take a face-off guy. So
I would love for y'all to grab Nick.
Alex Mazzone goes to the Dogs.
You should text Jack and say, tell Andy to pick Nick. And then if it happens, then we know.
I'm gonna say how many Bud Lattes did you give Towers?
Another D guy, Mazzone from Hopkins. That's one thing I can say is very on brand that I don't like about Ohio State is those silver buckies are trash. I hate them. The silver chrome is just not it.
I like that pick for the Water Dogs.
Yes, it's a very good pick. I think he fits like their style of play. He reminds me a lot of Eli Gilbert. Just more than LSM role than I don't know. Is he related to Christian? I never looked into that.
What kind of offensive guys are still left on the board here? Any big names?
All of them.
I'm trying to think if we left like big name like like a Will Levis situation here. Like are we forgetting someone just because I don't have it in front of me?
I don't think there's like any big name like offensive guys that haven't been picked, but I think obviously a little bias here. I think a couple of the Michigan guys that are available could definitely be beneficial to some rosters. Like anybody who could use a shooter could definitely take Mikey Bame. Kid can rip it, but still has dodging ability and great vision. Josh Sawada was arguably one of the best attackmen in the country this year. Just Michigan was a very spread team on offense, so he couldn't necessarily rack up the points like he had in his past years.
You're gonna love this thing because I picked Michigan to win their first two games first game of the tourney for sure.
I was gonna say, ain't no way you picked them to win that second. I like the optimism.
First game of the tourney, I picked them though because I was like, they're just a hot team right now.
They're hot in that they're playing behind that. They're playing behind like you can see how angry their defense is that people keep calling them no name. Like they're playing behind that. Like, what do you mean? Like, okay, sure, we don't have a big name, but that means nothing. Like, I love the way they're playing, but they're gonna run into a beast in Duke. If they win that game, I'm putting them down to win the national championship. You can't tell me anything. You can't tell me anything.
If they get to the championship game, I'm gonna pick them. So,
I'm telling you right now, if they beat Duke, they're going all the way. The only team I could see taking them down would be Notre Dame, but I think Notre Dame loses to Virginia.
I think over the last probably over the last 4 years, you started to see, I feel like, a little less like disparity between teams. It's like I think now in college, like anyone can show up and literally beat anyone. Just depends who has a good day. Whereas I think when I was in college, or at least when I was starting to get into college, I think there was a big gap there. Like the players on the top teams were just that much better that I don't think they were going to give up bad games to teams that didn't deserve to beat them. Now I think you see all these like early season upsets, as people will say, but it's not an upset. I just think that the team that wasn't ranked had a better day. And I think you see that more and more now. You're seeing a lot of these teams who aren't ranked, or these, not big time school teams beating a lot of people, just because I think the lacrosse landscape has just become more competitive as a whole.
If Michigan can put together like 2 or 3 more seasons like this one that are just good, not even great, just good, I think they're going to skyrocket. Like, it's Michigan. Kids want to go just because it's Michigan, but they just have to be good enough to compete.
They have everything, though. They're a good school. They have the facilities. They have big time football, big time athletics. Like, it's
They literally just have to
campus.
compete.
Yeah, it's it's just cold. It's cold.
I mean, it ain't that cold. It's not that cold. I've lived here my whole life, and honestly, it's on the better side of the state, because the west side of the state gets all the lake effect snow and all the real coldness. Where I am, it's awful over here. Ann Arbor ain't all that bad.
There's only 4 guys left on the like offensive big board that they put out.
What do you got?
Yeah.
Jack Myers from Ohio State.
Oh,
Kyle Long from Maryland. Ty Kurtz from Delaware, and then Max Waldbaum from Jacksonville.
I think Kurtz and Myers will be the next 2 to go. Myers first. Myers is really good. I forgot about him. Obviously, you know why. I don't like to think about anybody from down there, but he's really good. See, yeah, absolutely, very surprising. But I don't know where he fits in either, I guess. He's an ex-attackman, and nobody really needs an ex-attack. When's Chrome up again?
20.
I think he'd be the perfect guy for them to take. He can fill Nick Turn's role, and when Nick Turn goes back, he can just go back up top. Box.
Jack Trainer still on the board from Penn State. Cole Kirst.
I hate Jack Trainer. Michigan let him just pop off in that first game. I was there. It was cold. It rained a little bit. And I'm like, man, y'all were winning going into the fourth to just let this happen. Cole Kirst. Oh. Why is Cole Kirst still available? That's nuts as well. I saw him play against Notre Dame, and just like, there's times where he'll just dodge through like the entire defense. All 6 people will be there, and he'll just go through them all and score.
Jared Newman, new teammate alert.
Come on, show me. Let's go, Rachel. I'm behind.
I'm way behind. Rachel hasn't even popped up on my screen yet.
I like that.
Okay, there she goes.
I like that.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Come on, Rachel.
No.
That's big time.
Shooter. Ooh, I love that.
Is that Ty?
Yeah.
Yep. I like
Maybe.
that.
Towers might just sign Rowlett.
Next one is going to be young boy Rowlett.
He might just sign him. Why draft him? Who else is going to go grab him?
Nah, he's just going to do it just to give him the feeling.
He's got the pick to do it.
I hope so. I hope so. I would love that.
He's got what? Now 23 is the next pick?
23 and then 31.
All right. Well, fellas, I got to get out of here. I got to go.
Which I guess I should say this while Jared's on. Around 9:30, Andy Towers is joining us on the stream.
Oh, legend.
Yep.
Legend. Tell him I think he did a decent job. Don't give him too many props, because then he's gonna get too hyped up. Just tell him he's decent job. We don't need him going home and breaking something, or him forearm shivering James, and James not waking up the next day because it was so strong and powerful.
Absolutely falcon punching James across the kitchen.
You never know. Donkey Kong slam. You don't need that. You don't need that. So no,
they just bring Rage Ball back.
Oh, All right, fellas.
All right,
I'm out of
Jared.
here. It's been a pleasure.
Thanks for
Thank
joining
you.
us.
Have a good
See you
one.
in Albany. Let's go.
That was crazy. What a start to the draft.
Redwood's up next. I love how team needs at the bottom of the thing says SSDM of the future. Let's go, Deej. Let's go. Let's go.
Don't say anything.
Let's go. Love this pick.
Number 1 LSU.
Huge.
Close the short stick deep of the future face off that.
This is big time.
I like that color of the blazer she's got on. Dang fire. Oh! Oh! Yeah. Now, this is a big body I like. He's a big body that can play down low or up top.
Big
It's kind of
fan.
crazy. I was just talking about him. I saw his name and I was like, what?
Love that. Perfect
I
like
like this
Swiss
pick a
Army
lot.
knife pick.
I like this pick a lot. How many the picks got? What's got 1 pick left?
Correct. 26.
I like that pick a lot, though. Actually,
Mm-hmm. That's a big time. And I guess we should say for the people too, not only is Andy Towers joining us at around 9:30, 2022 world champion head coach Andy Copeland will be joining us after the draft, and all of his duties at ESPN are complete. And the man, the myth, the legend, the boss man himself, head coach GM of the Redwoods, Nat St. Laurent, will be joining us after his draft duties are complete at ESPN. The big 3 OTB coaches will all be joining us after the draft is concluded and after their duties at ESPN HQ have come to a close. So don't miss out. Be a friend, tell a friend. If you're in the stream right now. Big thank you to Jared, Greg, and Hutton for hopping on. I was texting with Dan. He's unfortunately had some internet issues that he had 4 megabits per second for his internet, and it was just not letting him connect properly, so he was unable to join. But hell of a first half of the draft.
oh yeah. What a way to start.
We started off in true OTB fashion. You were frozen.
Yeah. I don't know what happened.
That was great.
Nothing can go right.
All right, Atlas. Huh. Interesting.
Hey, this fantasy baseball stuff makes no sense.
Interesting pick here.
I
want to see your thoughts when it pops up on your screen.
I got mollywopped last year.
I got to look at who they have at this position.
Girth and Logan.
True.
But did they have a third at this spot last year?
I'm looking right now.
A lot of teams kind of been running 3 or at least having 3 on roster.
Jake Richard.
Oh, this is a really weird pick. But now I'm wondering if he's a converted D-mid. Or if anybody else on their team is a converted D-mid. And maybe they just start rotating them in an offensive manner.
But I know Jake Richard's on Team USA.
So it might be no, because isn't there isn't there bye weeks during that time?
Yeah, but I don't know like how much that's gonna play into anything else with him, and just having the depth there. So I don't think
Yeah,
like
I understand it being a depth tick for sure. Yeah, I got mollywopped last week, and I'm already up 128 on your sister, who's the number one in the league. Like, I mean, I'll take it. I'm happy.
I totally forgot Atlas signed Gutty too.
Yeah, they did. They're stacked. They're stacked.
They still have Clark Peterson. They signed Marco Rourke after the championship series. So who is next?
Their training camp
This is Chrome.
nuts.
Yeah. I think Atlas and Cannons right now are going to have the most like absurd training camps, which is ironic because they have brand new coaches. Let's see who Chrome goes with. There it is. Wow. Perfect pick.
Oh, okay. I said they would do it. Making me feel smart finally. Let's go. So far, I've only been right about
Fits
2 picks.
perfectly in like the intermediate Nick Turn absence.
Yep. And I said those guys would be the first couple gone. Those Chrome Buckies. Chrome Silver is on them. It looks good in the pros. His vision won't be at all impaired. He'll be used to the Chrome Bucky.
He played with Tarafanko at Ohio State, right?
Did Tarafinko get drafted? Maybe a year.
21, I think Terry got drafted.
Maybe he played with him. I mean, I guess he like played with him, but he didn't.
Yeah.
I don't know if they were like he was necessarily a starter then or not. I didn't pay too much attention to their team.
But that's interesting because I'm a
real Ohio hater. There's no cap in that rap. Everything about Ohio. Yeah. You were just standing so still, I thought I froze.
Oh no, I'm just listening.
I was like, oh no.
Clark's talking mad shit on this draft class.
He always is.
He said there's no ex-attackman in this draft. If you are watching right now and you're not already, subscribe to the YouTube channel, youtube.com/@undergroundsportsphiladelphia. Drop that subscribe. We're trying to get to 500 subscribers before Memorial Day. We're at 453. So be a friend, tell a friend. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Tweet out the stream again. Archer's pick here. That is a Chris Bates pick if I have ever seen one. Piper Bond might make the KB All Sports All Name Team 2023. Archers just took Piper Bond from Penn.
Is that the only pick I missed?
Yeah.
Per se? Okay, so I just saw
because they went to commercial.
Okay, perfect. I went at the perfect time.
I said Piper Bond might make. So I'm doing this is the first time I'm publicly announcing it. I'm doing an all sports, all name team 2023 and beyond. That is going to be a new thing I do that I announce on New Year's Eve.
Okay.
Or sometime like towards the end of the year.
I like that. You think he's got potential to make it?
That's a great name, Piper Bond. And he's a short stick D midi. So he's got that dog.
He does, in fact, have that dog.
I said when he made the pick, I was like, this is a Chris Bates pick if I've ever seen one.
Yep.
Philly guy. That's your Dominique
Alexander replacement. Yep.
I just tweeted the Kermit meme at Jack. There we go. Whips. Ugh. The rich get richer.
Sounds like I'm not gonna like this.
Oh, you're gonna hate it. Like 100%. Ugh. He's gonna be so good for them.
I'm kicking and screaming right now on the inside, bro. This is why I wanted somebody else to get him so much earlier. This is just awful, bro. I can't cheer for him now. That's just bad, man.
Now we can. We
gotta get him on the pod. We gotta get him on the pod early, so he can just be one of our guys, and it's okay.
That's the balance. That's like
Thanos balance. There is balance in things.
Because we got guys on the whips.
Yeah, that just hurts. That just hurts.
That is the ultimate rich get richer pick.
It hurts, and like I'm excited for him. It hurts.
He's gonna be so good with them.
Yeah. Yeah. Very good. He
No,
was
you
a
know him.
sleeper
I
pick in this
like.
draft.
I know his name and like how good. Do you think he can? You think he's gonna be a threat from 2?
Yeah.
So there's your. He's effectively your Chaney replacement when Chaney retires.
He's going to be but he's a two-way threat from 2,
Mm-hmm.
which is a little bit higher, a little bit more
Right.
threatening than Chaney.
But you know how the whips operate. Like they hit singles, but they have Chaney as their sniper. Ugh. That's such a good pick. God damn. Here's chaos. Jared Newman, new teammate alert. There it is. Now you're going to be happy.
I hate being so far behind. But I think I know who this pick is. And I think
Who do you
I'm gonna
think
get
it is?
really happy. Let's go! Let's go! Michigan player got drafted. So hyped. Michigan is back, people. Michigan is back.
Third active Michigan player now?
Yeah. Yep.
Fourth ever in PLL?
And I mean, there's still a chance that Mikey Bame or Josh Lawada gets picked in this draft. Like, they're very capable guys.
He's the 4th ever in PLL? Because Noseworthy got drafted, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, by Atlas.
Mm-hmm. He just didn't play much because, rightfully so. I love this pick for them, though.
Yeah.
Not even just because he's a Michigan guy, not, because he's good and fits into their system.
We must have had Whipsnakes fans watching because our viewer count dropped a little bit.
We said Garrett Ledman's going to be great. Is that not enough to keep y'all around?
I got to put this out there. We are coming into the final pick of the 3rd round. No trades yet. Kind of surprising.
It is, but, I get it now.
Towers just said we got a rabid honey badger, and now we got 2 of them. I'm concerned about what happens in practice.
When they start fighting, I'm dead.
Is this the first pair of brothers on the same team in the PLO? Like, obviously, brothers have played for different teams, but...
I think so.
Because the Bernhardts obviously play for different teams, but...
Thompsons have played for different teams.
Yep.
Who else has a brother in the league? Cavs. But I think that's cousin, actually.
Yeah.
But still, they play for different teams.
It's got to be.
Yeah, because I don't even think there is any other.
And the final pick.
We just lost to the Guardians. Oh my God.
Ooh.
Tigers cannot do anything right.
Ooh. Copeland is a dog. Wow. Cope is a dog, bro. No pun intended. Wow.
People forget he played at Yale on their championship team a few years ago. And then transferred to Notre Dame to finish out as a grad student. Because you can't play grad in the Ivy League.
I gotta say, a lot of New Jersey guys getting drafted this year, too.
I mean, hey, New Jersey can ball.
See New Jersey pop up a lot. So we're through 3 rounds and no trades have happened. Hutton's prediction of no goalies is still on the board.
Yep.
And from that big board, so there's only 2 guys left on that top offensive prospects board that I read off earlier.
Mm.
Kyle Long from Maryland and Max Waldbaum from Jacksonville.
And you might as well add Mikey Bain and Josh Salata to that list. I need to see if Twitter's melted yet. Or the platform is just destroyed at this point. They've already listed Cole Curse as midfield.
That makes sense because Tierney got put on the holdout list.
An hour ago, well, probably it's going to be 2 hours pretty soon. Pulski's tweeted summoning circle, hopes this work at PLO Chrome drafts Owen Grant. He wasn't there. As a D guy, I am just so happy with the way this draft has gone so far. The graphic the Whips put out of Garrett Ledman is insane.
I have to look at it. Selections by position, Deej. 7 midfielders, 6 defensemen, 5 attack, 3 short stick D midi, 3 faceoff.
Just popped up on mine. That's crazy. 6D. 6D is nuts. Especially when they were like, what, it was 5 in the first round? That's crazy.
Oh, that graphic does go crazy.
I think that's the best graphic I've seen so far. Oh. Tevlin played with TD while he was at Yale. Before he switched to Notre Dame.
The guy that just got picked is going to confuse so many people this year.
Grant, amen. People would be like, doesn't he? You mean Grant, amen? No, Grant, amen.
No, bro, Grant, man. He's a man.
And no, he doesn't play attack.
Dog, just wait until Grant Aman is like on
Guarding Grant, amen. Be like, Grant being defended by Grant. It's like when you play 2K and you get the old school Magic versus the old school Bulls. You got Horace Grant guarding Horace Grant. It's just like Grant guarding Grant. Grant goes up and he slams it home on Grant.
There's Amen versus Amen. That is a broadcaster's nightmare. Shout out to High Point.
Jack Rowlett goes, that boy Curtsy, Chaos clearly winning the draft. Is this something new? Like, are teams allowed to win and lose drafts now? Like, is that something that happens?
100%.
I'm new to that.
I feel like
this is
feel
big
like
sarcasm, people. I'm from Michigan and a background Detroit sports fan. They lose every draft they've ever been in.
I feel like every draft except baseball, like off the rip, and maybe hockey too, because there's more development in hockey outside of like the lottery picks.
We still lose in the draft in there.
But I'm saying like with the like initial reaction of
Yeah.
like winning and losing, like football and basketball primarily are like the ones you can know like off rip.
Yeah, pretty much right away. Lacrosse is in there as well.
Woods
my
on the
opinion.
board again.
In my opinion, Lacrosse is right in there. This is their last pick, right?
Huh.
Depth. Same thing that we were talking about earlier.
That's insurance policy for the old Toronto Rock going to the championship.
And just TD getting hurt again. Like, I mean, it's just insurance policy. He plays very similar to TD. A little bit of a different body style.
That's the real New Jersey. He's South Jersey born and bred. Let's go.
Oh,
We're on the
God.
map, bro.
I hate you.
Mount Laurel, bro? That's like 40 minutes from me. Let's ride. Dog. I'm going to get his jersey. Got a rep. It's like, nah, that goes against my morals of wearing a jersey of somebody who's younger than me.
So you're not gonna get no more jerseys pretty soon.
You gotta be elite.
You running out of options.
Oh, trust me, I know. Then we go straight throwbacks.
Oh, the Chaos one for Nicky Rao is fire too.
Look at the Redwoods pandering to me, going tri-state area with 2 out of their 4 picks.
Yeah,
it's like Nat knew he was coming on the show later.
He does know.
And you had to do that because Simino retired.
Yeah.
And you didn't have anybody else. All right, so Cannons and Woods went. Now it's Atlas Chrome, Archers, Whips, Chaos, Water Dogs.
Sam Hanley falling in this Pseudo's lap is crazy.
There it is.
Oh, Malty? Oh, no, Long. They really split. Atlas kind of split down the middle. Offense, defense. They might have won the draft.
Springfield, PA zone.
All right, they might have won the draft. Just with looking how their team was already set up and what they're going into.
I'll have to like see a graphic of like every team is like full blown recap picks. Next pick is in. It's Chrome. Huh. We got another all-name team candidate going to the Beauties, Deej.
Oh, they went D3 here. I mean, honestly, Cross probably should have gone D1, if we're being honest. He kind of just chose not to. Cross is extremely talented. I'm really surprised nobody wants to take a stab at Jack Boyden. That kid's nuts out of Tufts. Now that makes me wonder if he's even played 4 years. And if he hasn't, that's a real problem.
We got 4 picks left.
Yeah, Jack Boyden's a senior. Oh, he's 5'11", 175 pounds. That's why.
So we have 4 picks left for a trade to happen. I'm fully convinced nothing's going to happen, which would be, I think, the first time sans COVID year that a draft pick trade during the draft hasn't happened.
Yeah. And I mean, if all seasons, this would be the one. Like, there was some time and space for people to do it, but a lot of people just chose not to, and I get why. It's safer to just pick up who you wanted.
I think right now candidates for like steals of the draft, it's got to be Fake going to the Water Dogs at 24 and Ledman going to Whips at 22.
Bill Ledman's the steal at 22.
Like, those are the two that like stand out to me so far.
That's such a steal. And that he went there of all places. It's like good for him, but still so frustrating. Trying to think of who's like left.
Yeah. I feel like it's a lot of those like under the radar type things like Chris Bates was like joking about when he said watching random ass games, especially in the 4th round. You're kind of just looking for like those diamond in the rough, like, oh, I watched this kid play, or if they're in your area, you went and watched them play.
Mm-hmm.
And you try to get like that one leg up.
Yep.
Very much like Rubior, who had the connection to Max Wayne, drafted Max Wayne, and
Mm-hmm. My birthday in Boston, we get PLL. Quarterfinals. 3 games. Really, we just got to go to dinner or something after that. That's all I really need. Unless you're trying to like hit the club. We hit a Boston club.
I can't stand it.
Wait, no. You got to go. We're going to have to like drive back or something.
Well, I figured we'd stay Monday into Tuesday.
Maybe I'll just fly out of Boston.
True. A lot of Canada dudes this year, too. in this
Mhm.
draft.
Another D guy. Another D guy.
Giving everybody an update on my sanity right now. Have you seen the score of the game?
Sir, there's only one the game, and that is Michigan versus Michigan State. Or sorry, Michigan versus Ohio State football. But I know what game you are referring to. I've not seen it in quite a bit.
The rich get richer again. But yeah, the game in terms of the context of my life and my emotional well-being. Okay. Hot take. This Whip Snakes pick right now might be one of the best jersey names to have on a jersey.
Okay, no, this is not fair. This is not fair. Why do they get to have another Michael Earhart before he's gone? This is not fair. Why do they get all the steals? I'm going to boycott the Whip Snakes. I'm not going to a single Whip Snakes game this year. I'm not watching one. I'm not going one. I'm not tweeting about it. None of that. I'm done. This is awful. Wait. He's from South Lyon?
I just said they just got a Michigan boy, too.
Now I kind of have to. Bro, I'm just going to flip this table over, bro. I'm angry.
You're literally the meme of the basketball meme.
I'm freaking Arthur Handfist meme right now. I'm so bad right now. This is unreal. Unreal.
Elijah Gash might be one of the coolest names to have on the back of a jersey, though.
Oh, yeah.
This feels like one of the first Albany players drafted in a long time. Because Tahoka didn't get drafted because of the leaving the team situation he had.
Since Connor? Wait, was Fields even drafted?
Yeah.
Technically?
He was drafted MLL.
That's what I'm saying, but like a technical PLL draft. I think he's the first Albany player.
Let me look. I'm doing some quantified research right now.
Hey, did them folks let Hasbullah out the prison in Russia?
Nah, they had to motivate Ian McKay so he could have a sock trick this weekend.
Read my boy Bula till it's backwards.
I gotta look at the 2019 draft because that was like the one weird draft that like not weird, but like it wasn't like televised kind of like this. Yeah, nobody was drafted from Albany in 2019.
Dennis Rodman's son is about to go play with Bronny at USC.
Oh, Towers is a dog. What a menace. Holy shit. What a menace.
I'm confused.
What a weapon.
What did he just do?
Did the pick come across for you?
Yeah.
He took Levi Anderson from St. Joe's.
No picture, no
Canadian.
no stats. They don't even have his picture or any nothing. I'm gonna have to look him up on YouTube. I didn't get a chance to watch too much St. Joe this year.
He's a dog. He only went in the 4th round because he's going back to St. Joe's. And the Water Dogs with the final pick.
Interesting pick.
I like this for the Dogs.
I don't think they needed it. That's stupid depth there.
Well, Withers is out until July. Remember Copeland's tweet.
Yeah, but I
And
guess.
they got Tucci.
Yeah.
So then there's nobody behind Tucci.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I would have. I don't know. I probably would have.
Plus, it's your final pick.
Yeah, I
Like,
still.
what do the Dogs really need?
I still would have drafted another offensive weapon or something. I don't know.
Well, they're running it back turbo with everything, and then they
Yeah, but you could have
got
signed this
Caraway in there.
face-off guy. You could have just signed this face-off guy. I'm just being picky at this point.
I like that pick.
Nothing starts with the end and ends with a G.
I hate you.
It got me for a second. Then I was like, I like that. That might be my favorite dad joke now. I can't wait to catch somebody with that. They'd be like, what? What are you talking about? They're going to say some word that they
Yeah.
shouldn't say.
I got to tweet that from the account. What's Homeboy's first name? Gash? Let me look at the Whip Snakes Twitter, because they probably tweeted it by now. Elijah.
Yeah, Elijah Gash. I'm debating on if I want to go all the way to Speedway to get a slushie when the stream is over, or if I just want to go to Circle K. For comparison, Speedway is a solid 5 minutes away, probably. Circle K is.
Hutton was correct. No goalie
minute.
drafted.
Yeah, I hope you put a bet on that.
9 defensemen, 8 attackmen, 7 midfield, 5 face-off guys, and 3 short stick D middies.
Hey, 9 defense is crazy.
Nuts.
That's more than 25%. That's just more than 25% of the draft. Attack was 25% of the draft. Midfield was basically 25%.
That is crazy that, like, Albany is, like, obviously they've had guys drafted in when it was the MLL, but, like, that's a school you talk about with college lacrosse, and the fact that Elijah's the first one in 4 years of drafts since the PLL inception is crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy. Who was it in 2019?
Nobody. He's the very first.
Oh, he was the first, like very first.
Like,
Wow, that's
yeah, like, because 2019 was the first year. That's crazy.
It seems like every year there's a D3 guy that gets scooped up.
Oh, 100%. Oh boy.
Adler can have 30K. Owen Grant can get 28 and a half. Maker
The top
27.
three get like their
Hanley
own
26. Yeah, Hanley gets 26, and everybody else gets 25K. Hey, I feel bad for Gavin Adler. Now that I really think about it, man just got drafted #1 overall PLL Atlas to get deuced on in a couple of days by Michigan. Josh Zawad, Mikey Bame, and the rest of Michigan.
Oh, we got a nice little shout out to Off Ball Lax. Who you think
Oh
won the
my
draft,
god!
Teach?
I mean, if you asking me, you're asking Ty Warner because he said we won the draft. That's his tweet. We won the draft. Period. And not like the word.
I'll say the Whips
He
won.
put a
The
period.
Whips definitely won the second half of the draft, hands down. Like,
Oh yeah, no question.
amazing pickups in the third and fourth round, and that's where Stags like cooks. I
If
think
I gotta,
I don't know if
be-
there's a clear cut winner, but there's a lot of teams that got so much better tonight, and it's like
if I
obvious.
gotta pick like a clear cut winner, I think it's Atlas. If I gotta pick a clear cut winner, they handled their defensive things, added depth to their short stick D, and still picked up tons of offensive options.
I think the Redwoods nailed every single pick.
I think Chaos did really well as well.
Chaos did a phenomenal job.
I would put them maybe 1A, 1B with Atlas.
Um,
And a close second is Whip Snakes.
the Water Dogs got a certified steal with
Mhm.
fake at the end of the third round. I think the Archers made some nice moves. Not necessarily winning the draft, but they addressed needs in a big way. I was surprised that they went Sisselberger in round 1. But like they improved, and that's what you want to do with the draft.
Mhm.
Cannons is gonna be interesting just because they limited themselves to the 2 picks. Like they didn't make any trades or anything to like move back and acquire more picks. Yeah, I think top 3 for me right now, without like having it all in front of me and just going off like memory of like where we reacted to like great picks. No order in particular. Top 3, it's Atlas, Redwoods, Whip Snakes, and then Chrome is like right there. Because I mean, if you're pseudo and you're sitting there this afternoon at ESPN Studios, and somebody tells you, "Yo, you're getting Sam Hanley 4th overall," he'd probably laugh at you.
Oh yeah, no question, no question.
And
Laughing
now,
at me.
like, not that it's a bad thing, and like they have like an amazing roster to begin with, but now you're gonna have the narrative 3-4 years from now. What if Atlas didn't pass on Sam Hanley? What if the Redwoods didn't pass on Sam Hanley? Like, that is now in question. Which is going to be fascinating to, like, go along with as, you know, his career progresses. Off-Ball Lax had Atlas winning it as well. Did what they needed to and improved big time. Yeah.
Like a lot better. It's kind of crazy. because they were already really good.
I think the only thing we can say with Atlas in terms of like certified knowing if they won or lost the draft, not that they lost, like they only got better, but knowing if they won the draft is we don't really know what Pressler's philosophy is going to be with this roster yet. I think that's just going to tell the tale of like the roster itself once training camp. Jared said like their training camp's going to be crazy.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams are in for a nuts training camp. There's a lot that's got to get figured out with these squads.
What's your favorite pick of the drafts so far, like as a whole? Is it Ledman to Whips, even though you hate that he went to the Whips?
I gotta really sit on this.
I also feel like you really like Curse going to the Woods.
I love Curse going to the Woods, but honestly, like no bias at all. My favorite pick is Nick Rella. Not because he played for Michigan. Not because he went to Chaos with his brother, but because I called it so long ago. I called it like right as soon as like the season ended or like we first started talking about the draft and like all that stuff. I was like, Nick Rella to Chaos just makes so much sense. I think it might have even been last year, like during like the playoffs or something that I said it.
I gotta say, I
but
love
then after
Owen
that,
Grant going to the Woods.
I mean, yeah, after that, I would probably say Ledman to the Whips. I think he's the true steal of the draft. When you look at the way the PLO is
him and
played,
Fake.
when you look at the way the PLO is played and what you want in a midfielder, he's that guy. Okay, you're overloaded on offense and you decide to run him at D mid just in case an O mid goes down and you can just swiftly transfer him over. He can play D mid. He did it for 3 years at Duke and was pretty good at it. And then he can run out in transition. Oh, something happens on offense, there's a turnover. He can just get back on D and play because he played 3 years of D mid at Duke. Like he's just an all around guy with the small field. He's going to be very useful.
Yeah, I think Redwoods crushed it all 4 rounds. I think Whips crushed it, especially in the back half. I think Atlas had a great draft, which they were poised to do. You know, having 2 of the top 3 picks, that helps you a ton. I think the Water Dogs, like, for a team that didn't have that many needs because they're just running it back and, like we've said all along, like, Caraway is your Ryan Brown replacement. They got so much better. They drafted, like, depth guys that are going to more than, like, you're going to see some of these Redwoods Water Dogs draft picks this year play for them, and it's only going to make them better. So I love what Cope did. Can't wait to talk to him later on tonight, which if you're just joining us, all 3 of Andy Towers, Andy Copeland, and Nat St. Laurent will be joining us in, I'd say, within the next, like, 15 to 25 minutes.
I think we did the one part, like who won the draft part wrong. I think we got to look at it individually by position. If we look at face-off, Whips won. Whips won face-off. Sisselberger is going to help the Archers a lot, but when you look at how the face-off is played, how it affects the different teams, them going and getting Petey LaSala, who plays exactly like Nards, is the biggest thing ever. Like that. I
think franchise-wise, though, I'm playing devil's advocate here. Organizationally, for the Archers to finally have their guy has to be such a huge relief for Chris Bates and his staff.
Is he really that guy? Like we don't know yet. You know what I'm saying? Like
I mean, for them, like a team since, you know, an original 6 team where they truly haven't had like that.
I'm just saying he's got a
clear-cut guy. Because you think 2019 they were running a 2-man face-off system. 2020 was still kind of bones, but like not really there. Plus, it was the bubble, so take that for what you will. 2021, forget who they were running because they traded Bones to the Cannons. Ooh, totally forget who was their face-off guy in 2021.
Was it Drew? Was it Drew Simonau?
No, he was on the. I think he was still Chrome's backup at the time. I'm gonna pull their roster up from 2021. And then last year it was Inacio, and homie that was their backup too when Inacio was out for those couple games when he was unable to travel.
Like you look at D.
It was Connor Gaffney. Connor Gaffney in 20.
Oh yeah, I think you look at.
So it's like they've been this like revolving door almost at the face-off stripe since 2019 as an original 6 team. Like that's got to be just such a relief to like at least having the feeling of we finally got our face-off guy to be able to battle. Like their hope is like Sisselberg is going to be able to battle with the Trevors, the TDs, the Withers.
That's what they thought of JI, right?
I don't know. I don't know if they thought that.
Didn't they draft JI pretty early though?
He was 3rd round, I think.
But I think that was a draft where there wasn't a lot of pressure on it, so they didn't have to. But like, I think
JI was like, and this is no slight at JI. I think he was like, let's take a dart throw, and if it works out for us, fantastic. But I also think they had their eyes on this year's draft and seeing who was available because truly this is the first year where we've had this many like quality pro caliber face-off guys that were of the status of being drafted. And you saw it. 5 guys got drafted tonight.
Yeah. I don't know. I want to see him perform first. And it's just like
And I think he fits their style of how they're building this new age of the Archers.
I think that's really my thing is the only reason I say like the Whips won is because it's like plug and play. Mm-hmm. Like they're getting the same exact player in a system that is going to work for them.
I'm saying long term, the Archers obviously like on paper, they finally arrived at the face-off stripe.
Yes, I just don't think that necessarily gets them the win in the position for this draft.
I don't think they won it per se, but I'm just saying there's an argument there, and I think the overall just like relief now that they have at the stripe with their entire unit there now. I feel like Chris Bates now feels like they're going to have some sort of consistency every single week. And you'll see him get tested against the Trevors, against the TDs, against Withers, against Connor Farrell. Like this is going to be now the time to see what Mikey Sisselberg is like made of. And do I think he's up for it? 1,000%. I think he's got the physicality for it tenfold. You saw the wrestling highlights.
Yeah, there's that. And I mean, you look at D, I really think Water Dogs won the D side of things. I mean, going and getting – hold on, because I was just looking at it. I'll pull up their Twitter because it's going to have all their draft picks right in a row.
I mean, are you excluding Atlas from this conversation?
I mean, I'm just thinking in terms of like how the team is constructed and who's going to play. Like, I think Chris Fake and Alex Mazzone are going to play right away for Water Dogs. They're fit directly into their systems, and like they're going to be mainstays that like make a difference. I don't know that both Gavin Adler and Brett Maker are going to play this year. Brett Maker may be in a position like Nick Groh was, where he got picked up because he was best available and isn't going to play.
One of them's going to play because you have Tucker,
but
and
you don't
Cade.
You don't take Gavin Adler one if he's not going to play.
Right.
So instinctively, it's got to be Brett Maker. Do you think they slide him up at pole? But I mean, at pole they have Kobe Smith and Craig Chick.
Pulling their roster up, but I'm also pulling Water Dog's roster up because they're loaded at defense too, as we know.
Yeah, but they don't have a backup LSM. Or at least a really good one. At LSM, they run Ryland Reese most of the time.
They have Ryland Reese, Chris Sabia, and Matt Hosick.
I mean,
listed there at least. And then defensively, it's Liam Burns, Eli, and Ben Randall, and then Nick Cardeal is also on the roster.
That's where it's going to be tough, is for Fake to crack the slot down low. I think Mazzone slides in at the backup LSM. I think he's already better than – well, Sabia really plays more down low than he does up top anyway.
I mean, defensively overall, like – and I totally forgot who it's Michael Rexroad. It's Rexroad, Cade, and Tucker Durkin defensively for Atlas. Like,
so Adler's probably going to end up – well, Adler will take Cade's spot. Cade will run LSM with Kobe Smith. I could see that happening.
And over Craig Chick.
Yeah, absolutely. I could see that happening. I don't see them drafting Gavin Adler for him to not play. Unless Tucker Durkin is not coming back. And that's just something we don't know yet.
Well, they re-signed him. He's under contract.
Exactly. So unless there's something that we don't know.
The Maker and Adler decision is Tucker's doesn't have too much left in the tank in terms of like, because he's 32. So it's like, how much longer is he going to play?
They're going to trade one of those guys to the Cannons.
What are the Cannons? For who?
Draft picks. Because everybody wants the Cannons draft picks.
Of what the
everybody
wants
the Cannons draft picks. Like, you might as well. And they kind of need it.
I also found it very interesting.
Like Brody, there's no way Brody Merrill plays another year after next year.
Right.
Like, man's just, I don't even know how he's still playing now. Like, for real, like, no disrespect. Like, he's balling.
Because he's got that dog in him.
The body's
that's like 17 W's in there.
The body's got to stop. Like, the body's got to be like, bro, I'm done.
I don't know if you picked up on it when he said it. Did you hear what Beast said when the Woods drafted Owen Grant?
Yeah. Oh, I heard it. You think I didn't skip over that on purpose? I wasn't trying to hear that. I skipped right over that. Get out of here. We ain't hearing that. We are not hearing that. Next. Crazy.
We are not hearing that.
No, we are not. We are not hearing that. That's one of them things went in one ear and out the other.
Hey, if there's anybody that knows, though.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Beast mode.
He's probably right.
Hey, we talked about it. We talked about it, what, 2 episodes ago?
Yeah.
With just the recovery process and everything?
Yep. Yeah, we were talking about it because homeboy playing out west still hasn't come back from his Achilles tear. That's a tough injury to come back from.
Chrome getting Jack Myers in the 3rd round is also an awesome pick for them.
I agree.
Because you want to talk about plug and play. Like
that's another plug and play.
That's Brendan Nickturn light.
I was thinking, do we go attack? And just so. In terms of like dude, I was gonna say, do we just say offense or do we say attack? In terms of like draft, like who won the draft? Like it's kind of hard because like a lot of midfielders that were picked were
offensive middies.
Yeah, there wasn't really like too many short stick D mids to go with, and like nobody really needed them but archers. Yeah. And, like they did a really good job at that.
There were 3 short stick D middies taken, I think.
Yeah. So I mean, if we look at offensively. Chrome.
So looking at what Chrome did, they got obviously Sam Hanley with pick 4. Troy Hettinger in the second round from Jacksonville. Jack Myers. And then Cross Farrar.
Woods did really good as well.
I love what the Woods did.
I think they did a good job offensively of going and getting a big body that complements their midfield as it is, but also going and getting a speed guy, two-way guy in Brian Tevlin that can shorten up the field, but also can be a speed dodger or play a little D. Like, very good. Very good job in my opinion.
TD tweeted a picture of him and Tevlin when they were at Yale.
Yeah.
He's very excited. I think Cole Kerr, like, for whatever reason, Nat finds a way to get a steal of a midfielder in the third round every single year. Like last year it was Nakai. Gets Cole Kerr this year. Great pick. I love what Nat did with this draft. Was Owen Grant on my board of what Nat was looking at? Absolutely not. Didn't think that would be like the guy. But I'm thrilled that that's the guy.
Mm-hmm.
And it also helps. There's a connection there, so it makes. We should have seen it coming, because our guy Chris Collins, University of Delaware alum, coaches the defense. Obviously,
Yep.
should have seen that. Should have seen that coming.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, I like the way he compliments the D that are already there.
Mm-hmm.
I think him and 52 are going to get along just fine.
I think he's going to help. Not that he needs, like, this is for lack of a better term. I think Owen Grant's going to help toughen up Arden Cohen.
That isn't a lack of a better term.
Like, he's going to make him more mean.
Yeah, that's exactly what he needs to play on this defense anyway. Like, he's a good defender.
Like, I was saying that in a sense of, like, it's not that he's not tough, but, like,
yeah,
it's gonna make him more of, like, a junkyard dog tough.
Like, he's tough, but he needs to be tougher.
Mm-hmm.
He needs to be. Like, the Woods defense has always been really tough. Like, they're just tough guys. Like,
They're like the greaser dogs from Cat Dog.
I love that. I'm too young to really know what Cat Dog is. Well, I know what Cat Dog is. I just shouldn't. Just keeping you on your toes.
We should just
and
call
reminding
the Woods defense the greasers.
I'm cool with it.
Last Nat. Shout out Joel Embiid. Just hit a freaking 3 right in the faces of those bum-ass Celtics.
Oh, it's Tuesday. Bet. That means that thing is on TNT.
Love the Will Bowen pick for Chaos in round 1. Georgetown.
We really got to ask him, like, where
Was Jack
somebody. Joe said, "Is Jack just the GM?" I'm like,
well,
you know what?
He might be the assistant GM, because we all know that Josh Burns the GM.
Yeah. After what happened with Chase.
I mean, McConvey going to the Water Dogs is awesome as well. Like, I don't think Cope expected him to be available at 8.
I think he might have. Just looking around at what other people needed.
I think from the projected, like, choices, because nobody saw Sisselberger going round 1, really. Because it was like, are you going to use that number 1 pick on a face-off guy? I think a lot of people expected that to happen later. And like Beast said when he was on, like, once the first guy goes, then the domino will happen. I feel like a lot of people thought that would be later. I think a lot of people thought McConvey was going to go to the Archers.
But they don't need him. They have some pieces they can move around. They didn't necessarily need to go offense heavy right away. Like, realistically, they have an attack unit already. Grant, Connor, and Mac are just fine. And then you fill in around that. Like people acted like them flushing out, Will and Marcus, like, made it to where their team's just like...
They have McConvey listed as a midfielder. And I don't know if that's just Water Dog specific or
I think whoever drafted him would have put him at a midfielder. There aren't too many people who are drafting attackmen and leaving them at attack. So most people are just, it seems like, just being drafted as midfielders.
I do find it very funny when you click on the Archers official like roster page. It's literally just Grant and Connor DeSimone listed as attackmen. Everybody else is listed as a midfielder.
Yeah. Yep. That's pretty much like every team. There's like 3 attackmen and everybody else is a midfielder. A few other teams have guys that are listed at attack. Like Jules is listed at attack for
Is he really?
the Redwoods, yeah.
I haven't looked at the Redwoods roster in a while.
There's a few guys around the league that are listed like that, but run midfield pretty much exclusively, just because of how things are set up.
No, they switched it up. Jules is back at midfield on the roster page.
About time.
I mean, Woods defense camp is going to be very, very fun.
Now I want to see a list of undrafted free agents going in the player pool.
Yes. Feed us the UDFAs. I wonder if there was any, like, snubs that, like, didn't get drafted that, like,
That's kind of
people
like why I
expected.
wanted. That's why I want to see them, because like there isn't anybody off the top of my head that's like in my mind, but
I don't know if there's, let me see if the league website has a, like, when the window's open again.
Bro, this NBA Finals is shaping up to be a Heat Lakers Finals again. It just feels like one of those years.
I hope not.
You say like the Sixers have. I want them to, but like
Yeah, you should want them to.
it's been over 2 decades since y'all even been in the finals. It's a long time. Y'all gonna party like Cleveland. They really let Marcus Smart grab that rebound? Let me stop talking about basketball.
Did you see Paul comparing his top 5 PLL picks to players in the NBA playoffs today on SportsCenter?
I did not.
I laughed out loud, and it was just because of like the nickname. His number 5 was Xander Dixon. He was like saying Slim Reaper, and everybody knows people call Kevin
KD.
Durant's. And and then the graphic shows up and it's Devin Booker. That's who he compared him to. I was like, wait a minute. That's the wrong member of the Suns.
I kind of like it though.
Oh yeah, like his explanation made sense, but I was like, wait a minute.
D-Book's a killer, but like you're not focused on him. It was weird.
So funny. I was like, oh, he's talking about Slim Reaper. Okay, he's gonna say KD. Then he goes Devin Booker. And I was like, wait a minute. It's like Scooby-Doo when they pull the mask off.
Like, hey, we know
you. I thought it was.
We know you. There's a lot of time left on the clock. Who else did he compare?
He said Hanley was like LeBron. But he said not that he's the next LeBron. It's just the size and the skills that he possesses at his position makes him like just a versatile threat. He said Tucker was like Steph Curry. He said Gavin Adler was like Marcus Smart. And then who was his other one? I forget who his number 3 pick was. Oh, it was Owen Grant. He said was like Draymond.
hate Draymond.
Man, what could have been Sam Hanley in a Woods uniform?
I know, right?
I'm happy though. I love Owen Grant on this team. Plus him, and I hope he wears 81.
Why wouldn't he?
I'm just saying I hope he keeps his number.
I'm saying, why wouldn't he?
I'm just saying, like, you know how some guys like switch their numbers, like when they go.
I think most people switch because it's not available. A lot of people wear like popular numbers for their positions.
Or like the thing about the old days is that's
like
the old days.
Who are you thinking?
There's definitely been some people that have switched.
You bullied Arden Cohen couldn't get his.
Well, yeah, he
number.
He had to switch that number.
No. His college number. He couldn't get it for some reason.
What did he wear in college?
40, I think. No, that's what he has now.
41? No. I forget what the. Let me look. Let me just Google him.
I feel like it might have been 46. 43, maybe.
And look who it is. The star of tonight's draft, the one and only head coach and general manager of the Chaos Lacrosse Club, Andy Towers. Welcome back to the program. Coach, congrats on a draft. We had Jared Newman on for the first half of the draft. He said that you did a decent job tonight. That was before the back half of the draft. We both think you did an exceptional job, but he said we had to temper your hype so that you didn't Falcon punch James across your kitchen.
Well, Jared's the man. You know, Jared just wants to win another championship, and you know, I think anybody that wants to see us win a championship is going to be happy with the draft. We are elated with the way that it worked out.
So take us through, you know, as you see the board go the way that it did early on.
Yep.
What was kind of going through your head as you see all these defensemen going off? You know, 1, 2, 3. Was it one of those moments where it was like, okay, we got to go get our defensemen and make this happen now?
Well, you know, losing Matt Reese to the Cannons in the offseason, you know, we ended up with 6 polls on our roster with Jared and Jack Rowlett, and Johnny Sert's coming back this year. We got Brett Kennedy and CJ and Troy. And so we knew we needed another defenseman, and we were planning on getting that guy, but we weren't planning on seeing Will Bowen available to us at 7. And it ended up presenting itself, and we jumped on it. I mean, it's a no-brainer for us to do that. I thought he would never make it. I thought he would be, you know, either the first or second defenseman picked, depending upon, you know, what the need was. And fortunately for us, he ended up being there at 7, and it's a no-brainer. I mean, you're talking about a guy that had an unbelievable world tryout. He was the National Defenseman of the Year last year. He can play on ball. He can body people up. You can bump him up top. And he plays a quarterback role as well as, you know, Eddie Glazener and the guys that are the best in the world. And so, you know, we look at the versatility of our defensemen, and I don't think anybody can roll out the athleticism and the size that we have with Jared Newman and Johnny Sertic and Ned Bowen. And then you throw in Jack Rowlett, who's like a, you know, again, like a rabid honey badger, who's the best defenseman in the game right now. And then you got, you know, the ageless wonder in CJ Costabile, and probably the most underrated player in the PLL in Troy Ray. Like, you know, and we got Blaze Weird in the goal. I just really, really like that end of the field for us. You know, last year we had our success in the playoffs because of our defense. You know, I know Ryan Boyle was didn't like the pick. To be honest with you, I think the pick is an absolute no-brainer, and I was glad to see that Clark saw it the same way that we saw it. It was a no-brainer decision for us. We were shocked he was still available. We certainly were not going to waste that opportunity.
Yeah, Jared FaceTimed Jack when you guys made that pick and told Jack that he needs to grow a couple inches because he's the shortest defenseman on the roster now.
Yeah, I mean, compete level's not going to be a problem for those guys. That's for sure.
So we do have to ask, was Jack in your ear during this draft to get all of his Georgetown boys, and how much of a help was he, with kind of scouting and giving you kind of information on the first two guys you took, because having that kind of in your back pocket has got to be a help to have one of your.
Listen, I depend on a lot of guys. I depend on the guys that I trust. The reality is, Jack Rowlett is coaching Division I lacrosse right now. He's coaching at one of the best programs in the country in Georgetown. He has these guys at practice. He knows them inside and out. He knows our locker room. He represents, along with Jared and others, everything that we want out of guys as people and as teammates. And, we'd be foolish to not depend on input from guys that are in unique positions to know more about the intangibles of the guys that we're looking at. So absolutely we relied on him.
Yeah, I love those picks there, and I know DJ, being the Michigan man he is thrilled that you paired up the brothers Rowlett on this roster.
Yeah, listen, I want as many Rowletts as possible on our team. With that said, even if Nick wasn't Jack's brother, he's a no-brainer of a pick. He's a superior athlete at a position that has a lot of great technicians, but not a lot of great athletes per se. Nick Rowlett is an athlete with elite face-off skills, and he has a traditional grip rule in place that's Division I. We expect him to go back down and return to his one knee down style. And then you factor in how much of an animal he is attacking the ground ball, and he's a no-brainer there. It just so happens that he's Jack's brother, which is awesome, and it's great fine print to it all. But we're drafting Nick Rowlett because we think he can come in and compete to play on game day. And the fact that he's Rowlett's brother is gravy to it all. But we are elated. That's the guy that we wanted.
I'm not saying it, but it sounds like a whole lot of insider trading. That's all I'm saying.
100%. 100%.
Jack sounds like a walking cheat code at this point.
Yeah.
Like, hey, Jack, who on your team is going to be good in the PLL? Oh, take these four guys that nobody else is looking at.
If you got the best defenseman and arguably the best competitor in the sport right now, with inside knowledge, who's coaching every day in the game, to not listen to him and not consult him would be asinine.
100%.
100%.
Is it fair to say that Jack Rowlett is now the assistant GM to Josh Burns' GM on this Chaos Club?
You know what? I think, to be honest with you, that we got 10 or 12 different GMs in our locker room. We've got a core group of guys that are signed for the next 2 years, and Blaze and Jared and Rowlett and Dane and Josh and Kluge and Troy Ray and Glick. And, these are guys that make up, the foundation of a team that's gone to the championship game 3 years in a row and won the championship, 2 seasons ago. We are not looking to break up a group that I think has at least 2 really good years left. We're looking to add talent that complements the foundation of our club. And that's what we were able to do. Elite talent at that.
I audibly said it when you made your round 4 pick. I said, Towers is an absolute sicko. You take Levi Anderson to get a guy of his caliber at pick 31. I feel like you were doing backflips at the ESPN studio.
Listen, it's a no-brainer. Coach Pressler held up the number 6 at me like he's coming back for his 6th year. Listen, I did my due diligence. I know what his situation is, right? My feeling is you've got a top 10 talent that fits our team 100%, right? He gets drafted to the right team. If we didn't draft him, we were going to draft guys that are still available in the players pool right now. So why not take a runner on a guy that might decide, you know what, I was planning on coming back for a 6th year, but I got drafted by a team full of guys that play the same style as me, and I've been in college for 5 years. I might decide that I want to go play in the PLL this summer. Mm-hmm. It might just be tantalizing enough for him to come out and get paid to play. He's played college lacrosse for 5 years or whatever it is, with all of that stuff, on the chance that he doesn't come out. What did we lose? All we lost was nothing, because the access to everybody we would have picked in his space is still available to us. They didn't get picked. And there's some great players left there, but they didn't get picked. So we either end up with an unbelievable talent, or we end up with the same guys we would have picked if we didn't draft them. So you tell me if that's the wrong decision or not.
I absolutely love the pick, and if there's anybody that is a coach / GM in this league that is not afraid to take a gamble on those guys that may or may not go back to college or may not pursue another venture, it's you. You did it with Teat in 2020. You did it with Bernhardt in 2021. You're not afraid to, take those gambles, and if they pay off, they pay off. And like you said, if they don't, you didn't lose anything.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. And if we don't have him, right, we get one more pickup. If he doesn't play, we get one more guy. A guy that we would have gotten anyway. But now we have a choice on that last spot, where if we picked one guy, we wouldn't have the choice. You guys clearly get it. I mean, totally. I know I get it. You guys clearly get it too. But I thought I thought it was amusing, the whole backdrop of it all. And listen, if he doesn't play, we'll be fine. And if he does play, we got probably the steal of the draft at 31, like you said. I mean, it's a no-brainer.
I personally believe Garrett Ledman was the steal of the draft going to the Whipsnakes. How do you feel about that pick from Stags and how it?
I thought it was a great pick. We had him. We had him on our list, and I think he's going to be a great player in the league. I think he's certainly a great athlete. He can stretch a defense. With his big righty shot. I like him a lot. When we were looking at him, we were considering him possibly in that 4th round spot. I'm sorry, we were considering him before our 4th pick, which was Rowlett. But I just didn't know what we were going to do. We were looking at Evan Zinn. We were looking at a couple of others. In the end, I just wanted to make sure we got the guy that we wanted at the X, which was Rowlett. And so it worked out well for us. But I think Garrett Ledman's going to be great. I think that the short sticks that have done well in this league have an offensive background. And Ledman's had a great year as a stretch shooter and as an offensive player for Duke. I think Stags made a great pick there. With him. And in fact, I applaud all of Stags' picks. I thought he did a great job.
Other than yourself, who do you think had the best draft?
To that question, you're really looking at are specifics to each team, right? I feel like I wouldn't be in a position to say a responsible answer because I just can't speak to specific needs about all of the other 7 teams. Obviously there's a lot of great players that went in this draft. Hard to not think that the Atlas didn't do well, but let's face it, they had the 1st pick, the 3rd pick, and then the 3rd pick in the next 3 rounds. So they're at the top of the food chain in terms of when they're picking. But I thought Staggs had a great pick. I thought Pseudo had some great picks. I thought, I thought Cope had some great picks as well. I think everybody left the draft feeling like they got better, and that's a reflection upon the choices that were made, and it's also a reflection on the depth of the draft. But I feel euphoric about what these guys are going to bring to our team.
Do you think the depth of this draft played a part in there being no trades throughout tonight? I feel like at least every year there's been at least one draft day trade. None happened tonight. Do you think that is due in part to just the depth and, wanting to just take the guys that were available on the board at any given time?
I think that's spot on, KB. The only thing I would add to that is that, here we go. We're entering season 5, and these rosters are getting harder and harder for rookies to make. And, I think the one advantage that the rookies have is that they're coming off of playing all spring, and they're coming off of playing for 4 or 5 years, depending upon how long they've been in college. And so, I think they're in a position to make the rosters because they're playing the best they've ever played for the most part. But I also think that the depth of the draft added to the fact that everybody felt like they were well fed and didn't need to go on to somebody else's plate.
Got to ask you about your last pick we haven't touched on, Ty Kurtz, your acquired pick via a trade from Delaware. Talk to me about how you feel he's going to fit into this scheme for you guys and what you like about his game.
Well, I considered him, to be honest with you, I considered taking him 1 until Bowen was there. Because he really fits a need. We lost Challen Rogers and Wes Berg in free agency, and so that left us with 3 right-handed players in Dane Smith, Ryan Smith, and Chase Frazier. And so Ty Kurtz was the number 1 guy that we wanted on that right side to come in and fill that void. And I was kind of looking at the way it was setting up, and I didn't think Cope would take him with 16, and I was concerned about Cope potentially taking Minikis. And so I went with Minikis, and then thankfully Ty Kurtz was there with pick 17. But we are elated for him. We also lost Mac O'Keefe, obviously. So Ty Kurtz gives us a stretch shooter on the right side who can also pass. He's super athletic. He's a home run of a teammate based on all the due diligence that we did. We could have picked him first, and I'd be feeling just about the same way. And so we couldn't be happier with getting him too.
AT, we loved your draft. We know you're driving home now. Hopefully, get home safe. Don't punch James too hard in the chest. And we will definitely have to get you on an episode of the pod before Albany, and we will see you in Albany.
Listen, I would love to come on anytime. You guys dominate. I love what you do for the sport and appreciate what you do for the sport. So anytime, let me know.
Let's fucking go, AT.
Oh, yeah.
Let's fucking go, motherfuckers. Let's go.
Thanks, Coach.
The man.
What a
the
guy.
Myth, the legend, Andy Towers, coming through post-draft. I love everything he said about his picks. Broke them down perfectly to kind of where, his head was at in selecting those guys. I love what Chaos did in this draft. There was KB Sources was sniffing around during free agency and put his Big J Journo hat back on, and this was what Chaos was trying to do. They re-signed their core in free agency that they felt, gave them the best chance to get back to another championship game, that they felt was going to have them in the spots that would help them be the best possible roster that they could be. Obviously, they lost some big-time players as well, but then they supplemented that in this draft 110%. I love every single pick that AT and his staff made.
I mean, they always do a great job, if you ask me. They find a way to keep their team intact, but only pick guys that are chaos guys. I think sometimes some other teams run into getting the best available guy or getting the guy they think will work. AT and his crew do a very good job of picking the guys that will fit into their locker room and will work and will come in and make a difference.
Yeah. I mean, they're a big culture set team, and finding guys that fit into their style of play, their style of culture, their locker room culture is huge. They have a championship pedigree. I think what they did tonight, bringing in 5 new guys, that's tough to do in this league. And I think all 5 of those guys have a legit shot. And obviously, Levi Anderson is pending whether or not he goes back to school or not. But I think all 5 of those guys, if they are to play in the PLL, can make this roster and be on game day rosters with ease.
Yeah, I think game day rosters and active rosters are going to be bonkers in a couple days. A couple weeks.
Yeah.
Because there's going to be rookies that make game day rosters. There's going to be rookies that make active rosters, which means there's some returning guys that won't. Who is it going to be? What position are those guys going to be in? What team are these guys going to be on? Like, there's a lot of buzz around this class because it's stacked and they're good. Next year's class is arguably equally stacked, if not more stacked. And those guys are also going to make rosters and push people out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
So either we see more teams coming in so that the player pool can be less saturated, or dudes are really going to be hitting the off seasons so that they don't lose their spot. Like, I would prefer the first over the latter, but I understand that things take time and there's a process. So I'm cool with either one, but 1 to 2 more teams in the next couple of years, I think would be perfect. Get some of these player pool guys that should definitely be on a roster. Get them a spot. There's no way Drake Porter shouldn't at least be a backup somewhere, at the very least.
Mm-hmm. Which I think he's totally going to fight with JD Colarusso.
Yeah.
During training camp, and I think I was looking at the transaction wire too, just to see like some of the moves. It's not going to affect where you have to be out for 3 games, but Jack Concannon is on the injured list right now because it was an off-season injury, it doesn't apply for the 3-game rule.
Yeah.
Man, Sixers did the thing. Shout out to the boys.
I know. Good job. Proud of y'all.
That was big. That was the most must-win game of the postseason for them so far.
I'm a little nervous though, because that one little brown dog that be hitting the beach basketball, picking games, predicted the Lakers up 3-1 to only come back and lose in 7 to the Warriors. So I really hope he's wrong. We really got to look at Jack doing this insider trading.
And now, joining
allowing that.
The Outside the Box podcast college draft extravaganza 2023, head coach and GM of the Redwoods Lacrosse Club, our guy, Nat St. Laurent. How we living, Coach?
You already know, KB. We are living, man. I'm tired, but what an experience at ESPN. I'm on my phone right now, so hopefully this is turning out okay on your guys' end. But I think the Redwoods got better, just kind of getting to the hotel and digressing. First had to call home, right? My son had a soccer game. They won 11-0. My daughter had her concert tonight for school. So I was able to catch up on the videos. My wife sent me that. So it's good to kind of sit back and relax now and think about it all and, put it in perspective.
Take us through, obviously pick number 2, Sam Hanley falls out of the number 1 spot. Was there ever a thought of Sam Hanley coming to the Redwoods, or was it always Owen Grant?
There was a significant thought about, Sam coming to play for us. But, my job is to not always necessarily pick the fan favorite. And we need to pick the best player for us. And Owen was it. When you compared to Brody Merrill and Graham Hossack, and you score 25 plus goals in your career, and you're picking up almost 100 ground balls with our faceoff guy and what he can do in the middle of the field. Grant's gonna, 6'3", 4', 5". I've heard it all. He's tough as nails. Now we got a lefty up top, 2 lefties down low, and Glazner and Cohen. And, our 1-2 punch is John Sexton and Owen Grant. Come on now.
So to have Owen Grant fall into your laps, big body defenseman, you guys love the big boys across this roster. What's kind of just the expectation from him being added to this roster? Obviously, Eddie's still, kind of recovering from the injury last year, and you'll eventually get him back. But to have, a player, like you said, that mentioned in the breaths of the Brody Merrills and the Graham Hossacks, to add that to this roster, do you feel like that's been a missing piece for kind of this defensive puzzle for you guys?
Yeah, it's something that we've talked about probably every year going all the way back to 2019. Like, we need more support at LSM. We've had some good options. We picked up Hartz, lost him to free agent. Now we got younger. So it's been something we've been addressing over the years, and Johnny's been great. Now we've got a 1-2 punch there. And we also have a guy that if anybody goes down in close, he can go down and be super comfortable in close now. And, we love Gavin Adler. He was a great pick. Sorry, I'm getting kind of some feedback. Hopefully it's not on my end. But we felt like the pick allowed us to do that, cover up top and low.
Then you guys go and take Brian Tevlin, and I said this is the most Redwoods pick ever. Going back to that Notre Dame pond, is it fair to say that you guys will have bagpipe entrances in 2023?
Well, the fun fact is Eddie Glazner played the bagpipes as well at Notre Dame. So we got 2 bagpipe players, but we will not be doing that. We're the Redwoods Lacrosse Club, and we're pretty excited about that. Brian is just, yes, he just happens to be a Notre Dame guy. It didn't matter if he was playing at, State University of Iowa. Like, you can't pass on a talent like him. And his ability is incredible. He got picked to be a captain halfway through the fall semester, or at the start of the fall semester at Notre Dame, as a new guy. And he brings speed, athleticism to our team. Another great locker room guy. And I talked to Coach Gordon today, and he had to say about him. So, and then Ryder gets to work with him every day at practice. And, it was tremendous to have that pipeline. So, and then you throw in the fact that all practice, like, chemistry was still there.
Deej, what do you got? You were loving the draft. And
I did. I
loved every pick that was made.
Yeah, I thought we did a fantastic job. I asked you the question when you met with media about going 2-way. So pre-draft, they were asking kind of what I thought. I thought your first guy midfield-wise would have been Garrett Ledman, but I want to kind of hear why you went Cole Kirst over Garrett Ledman or any of the other midfielders and what Cole had to offer there.
Yeah, so I think Cole's great. I loved him. I love his size. I love what he brings. We knew what we were getting with Tevlin. Like, we knew he was going to buy into that role. We love the Chris Merrill kid who hasn't gotten a shot, but he won a national championship with UVA. We picked him up and played football at Stony Brook, and he's just another tough kid. And we've got this young man that people are not talking about enough in Kai Montgomery. He goes 2 ways, and you look at those 3 guys with Isaiah and Jack Neer, a veteran presence, but we felt like going with Kirst, first of all, Lacrosse family through and through. In fact, the first text that I received, from anybody was Rob Pennell saying that he loved that pick just because you love the guy. Everybody at Syracuse and Lehigh were like, Coach, you're not going to find a better young man. Like, he loves it. He's tough as nails. He's a beast, and he can play attack. He can play midi. Looking at social media, a lot of people apparently didn't like that pick, but it's our locker room. Nobody knows the room better than us. And we have all these returning guys on offense. And, defensively, we love Arden Cohen down there. We've got Glaze, we've got Epple, and now you got Sexton, and you're bringing in, Owen. And we got better at the short stick D midi spot. So we wanted to target a couple areas. And, going with Curse there, it was just for us a no-brainer. He can do wing dodges. He can fill in at attack. He can play midfield. And he is a big body, and we really wanted him. Ledman was in the conversation. He's terrific. He's a great pickup. He deserves to be in this league. He can play both ways. But we felt once we got Tevlin, he was the two-way guy we wanted. Like, there was no ifs, ands, or buts about it. We wanted him. He can play pull on man down. He can play pull on a wing if we get a little thin. Like, that young man and the leadership. You're a captain at Yale. You go to Notre Dame, and you're halfway through the first semester, you're voted captain. Come on, you just don't get to coach those types of kids. And then you bring in, Curse, who's doing the same thing. He's a leader. He's a captain at Syracuse. He's an incredible locker room family. He comes from he's got brothers playing in the league now, so he understands that landscape. So we really loved that pick. I know it wasn't the most popular pick, but a lot of people don't know our locker room like we do, and it's something special.
We both love the pick. As soon as it flashed on our screen, we were like, "Oh, let's go! This is fantastic."
Yeah,
you guys
I
are my
had
day ones, man. Like, that's why I love you guys.
Oh yeah, I had a chance to go out. I was in Syracuse for a frat conference, and they were playing Notre Dame. So I snuck away, went to the game in the Dome. That was my first time in the Dome, so that was fantastic. But other than that, I watched Cole, and he was that energy piece. When they needed something to happen, they needed to play, he was the guy that made it. I remember it was middle of the third. They were down by like 4 or 5 goals, and he just literally dodged through the entire Notre Dame defense, all 6 of them, scored on the doorstep, and then like mosh pit celebration right in front of the bench, and that flipped the whole game for like 5 minutes, 6 minutes, and they were just on top. And I was like, that's the kind of player you want on any team. He makes plays when you want him to make them. And then thinking of Zach Cole, was that a insurance pick in case TD gets hurt again? We've seen him get hurt a couple times. He's in the NLL. Or is that he's a really good player who could possibly take TD's spot in terms of fighting in training camp or just playing well in his absence and then keeping him there because of rhythm?
Yeah, so with Zach, I loved his size. And one of the things that, I spoke with Greg Renlian today. I spoke to TD at length. The way the face-off is in this league, it is cutthroat. And, these bigger body guys are, if they can't win the face-off, they're able to do things physically. You see Trevor do it every week. You've seen that, the milkman, right? Thor, whatever we're calling him these days. He's an awesome guy, and he competes and he battles. And, I think with TD, he's the technician. He's the best in the league at that, and with his hands, and he understands it. And, the concern that I had was Simino retired. And you're going into training camp, and, TD's team's playing in the indoor playoffs right now, and they got a chance to make a nice run. Then he comes back, goes right into training camp with us, and then he goes to Team USA. You know how intense those 10 days are, going for a gold medal. That's a dream of so many of these players. And then he comes back, and the next break, these guys get early all-star games. So I've looked at it, and our staff has looked at it. There's situations where we're going to be able to dress 2 face-off guys and take the load off from TD and kind of get him back into rare form or his midseason form, and it's hard to go from indoor to outdoor. That's a rare adjustment that face-off guys have to do. And he does a great job with it. But TD's not going anywhere. He's our guy through and through. He's the best in the game. He's wearing the stars and stripes this summer for a reason. But you bring in a Zach as a young man that's going to learn from TD, and they're going to battle it out at training camp. And if it works out, we get them both in the lineup, which you'll probably see this year at some point. We're going to go. We're going to make a run with it, and I think it's going to be beneficial to us.
I love the Zach Cole pick on a personal level. Went to school in Philly. He's from South Jersey. That's my guy. So I said when you made that pick, I was like, Nat made this pick knowing he was coming on the show later, and he's pandering.
I wish I could go about it that way, but we had Zach on our board. We can roll with that. But we've had Zach on our board from day one, and I'm excited. And one of my former players, Scott Meehan's an assistant coach at St. Joe's, and Scotty played for me at Washington and Lee, and he's like, Coach, you got a great one here, and so it was exciting to hear from Scott with that.
Were you surprised by the not lack of, there were no trades tonight, and it feels like every draft night there's at least one trade. We had AT on right before you hopped in, and I asked him the same thing, and I said, was that due in part to just the crazy depth of this draft and seeing what the board was, the players on the board? It's like, let's just get our guys. Do you think that attributed to it? What do you think kind of made it so that no trades went down?
Well, you know me, in my heart of hearts, I'm all up for a nice bargain if we can get one. But we all have needs, and this league is so competitive, and the draft was really, really deep on one side. And let's get one thing out there too: is it was deeper than people, myself included, at the beginning of the year thought that this draft would be. The Big Ten Player of the Year, Offensive Player of the Year, didn't get drafted. And he's going to play in this league. He's a young man's a player. The challenge for this league is there's just, it's pro sports, and there's great players. You look at the NFL, the NBA, there's phenomenal players that aren't on the team. And, so it was a little deeper than I thought. And I was excited. And, first of all, right, a shout out to everybody that was drafted tonight to hear your name get called. And, that's a special moment. So, speaking from the Redwoods, we got better. We hit our mark. The first 2 draft picks, we had those guys dialed in from the get-go. Zach was on our board from the beginning. And the way Cole played down the stretch at Syracuse, he's a catalyst for positive energy. He plays hard and he's tough. And, last time I checked, that was kind of our DNA with the Redwoods, and we're getting back to that now.
Something I asked Coach Towers when he was on is, who do you think besides yourself did really well or won the draft? And then separately, I didn't get to ask AT because he's not necessarily in the college coaching realm, but you being a D3 coach over in Northern Ohio State, I don't like so much, but other than that,
don't you forget, you're going to look good when I send you that jersey, that hoodie. You're wearing it, my man.
I will.
Go Polar Bears. I got to give my boys from Northwest Ohio a shout out, baby. Go Polar Bears. I love my guys up there at Ohio Northern University. They're a great bunch. So,
yeah. And so I don't think you got a chance this year to play against Cross, but I'm sure quite a bit about them and just
we played him last
what
year.
It was like.
Yeah.
What was
played
it like
him last year,
playing against him, and then to see his name get called tonight?
It was a cool moment. I was happy for him. Being a D3 guy, I was extremely happy for Cross. He's a great kid, good competitor. Just to score 280 or whatever it was in high school, and then 300 plus in college. I was pumped for him, and pumped for Salisbury and Coach Berkman, and but most importantly for Cross. Looking at the draft, I got to look at it a little closer. But I mean, it's cliche, but I don't think there's anybody that botched the draft. How can you? And I sat next to Coach Sudo, and I think he did a great job. Hanley falling to him at 4 was perfect for him. But I genuinely think when you look at this, every single team got better. Every single team hit a need that they needed to, which is going to make this, this league that much more insanely competitive. And, so again, it's always about the Woods for me. It's always about us. We got to focus on us getting better. But I will say that, all these coaches tonight, I mean, even look what Coach Holman did, right? With 2 picks, and he got exactly what he needed. And the young man that he took from High Point was phenomenal. We were strongly looking at him. But when we got our guy at 2, it changed everything. And, we've had great success with High Point guys at, the Redwoods, and, Coach Torpy does an incredible job. So I think everybody did really well. And, I'm smitten. I'm smitten. We got a good group of young men coming in that are joining the Redwoods, and training camp's going to be insanely, incredibly competitive. And, the boys are buzzing. All the guys are texting me already. We're pretty excited to get to work.
How stoked was Chris Collins that you have a Delaware guy on the team now? He's
how about him and JR,
backflips,
man? I told him, I was like, first, John Grant Jr. and CC, I love them. But you know what? Regardless who, Owen played for, that's who we were going to get. And, but Yeah, there was a lot of happy Delaware Blue Hens on our coaching staff tonight.
Coach, you're the best. Looking forward to seeing these guys out there on this squad,
Yeah.
and we'll definitely be getting you on an episode of the show before the season starts, and we will see you in Albany.
I can't wait, brother. Looking forward to seeing you guys. Keep crushing it. One of my favorite shows to be a part of. Thanks for having me.
Roll Woods.
Thanks, Coach.
Roll Woods, always, baby. Always. I'll see you guys.
There he is, the man, the myth, the legend, the boss himself, Nat St. Laurent. Loved his evaluation of every pick. I think it makes me love the cursed pick that much more. It makes me love the Zach Cole pick that much more. I think Nat always crushes the draft. And this is coming from my Eagles fandom, where, the past couple of years, Howie Roseman's done a phenomenal job drafting outside of 2020, but we don't count that year. I think Nat has been putting...
That's not how that works.
Mickey Mouse here. Doesn't count. The way that Nat has approached the draft, 2019, 2021, 2022, and even in PLL 2020 year, it's 2 rounds, so it's kind of an outlier type of draft anyway.
Mm-hmm.
The full season drafts that he's been able to approach and get guys on this roster that Phil needs, while also almost at the same time being best player available, has been unbelievable. And I think he just continues to crush it every single year in the draft, and he is he's calculated with every single pick. And I think once again, you can put this draft up in the rafters on paper, obviously, because we haven't seen these guys play yet, but once again, another phenomenal draft by the Redwoods.
Yeah, I thought they did a phenomenal job, and then he comes on and explains it and made me feel even better about everything I saw and heard. So I am poised for another run, this time maybe back to the championship game.
I think they have the pieces to do it, 100%. And I think it's just a matter of the consistency with the offense now. And I think now that you've kind of cleaned up the offense a bit, and you're putting in this new system with John Grant Jr., and you're bringing in guys that are familiar with his style of play, from the Denver days and everything, I'm so excited to see how this offense is going to operate.
I think it's going to be bumpy. First game and a half or whatever, 2 games, whatever. But after that, I think they're going to find a groove that really works. And like Greg said earlier, this should be come from X, hit GLE, draw a slide, bump it up top. If that's not there, redodge and attack the backside. That's literally how simple the offense should be. Take a peek inside, see if that guy's open. That's it. That's really all it takes.
Mm-hmm.
So I just hope that they don't overcomplicate it, which I don't think they can. When you put a guy like John Grant Jr. in control of it, I think he's been there before. He has a very good understanding of the game. He knows the players he's now coaching very well as well. So it's I don't see a way that their offense flops the way it has in the past. I don't see them having entire scoreless second quarters going.
There's nothing stagnant about it.
Yeah, I don't see them going 8, 10, 12 minutes at a time with no goals, having very few shots, tons of turnovers. I just don't see it happening anymore with both the now coaching change and the way that the offense is going to be constructed, going and getting Eli McLaughlin, going and getting Westberg. I believe they re-signed Ryan Lee as well.
Yeah, Ryan Lee is back and he's healthy.
You still have Ryder. You have Jules. You have Rob, Miles, Perk, Charlie.
Mm-hmm.
And then you picked up Tevlin. You picked up Cole. And then your defense is fire as well.
100%. And it obviously sounds like they're going to run Owen Grant at LSM, which I am a big fan of, which felt like all of last year you and I were just screaming, can we get more LSM depth on this Redwoods roster? I think we can answer this question from experience and just knowing Nat and this coaching staff. This came through when we were talking to Nat, and I missed it from Off Ball Lax. How does Nat evaluate talent? Is it himself, divvy it to certain coaches, players? The one player that we know, it's very similar to Chaos because he's coaching at the D1 level, Ryder at Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Um,
I think he takes a lot from Rob,
Rob is a
as you
huge
heard.
proponent.
Even though it was just a text, like I just think that if Rob would have said something before a pick, it may have
Yeah.
been a thought. It may not completely change his mind, but he'd be like, "Oh, okay. Let me see what he's talking about. Let me see where he's coming
I
from."
think Jules is a
possibly.
big person in the room from just his experience, from his broadcasting and being around the game from that aspect, and
Yep.
just getting to take in the game. I think Jules plays a big part in it. And then obviously he divvies the offense defense up depending on who the coach is. I think Chris Collins has huge input on the defense as a whole, and I think you saw it tonight with just the way that they went about adding, offensive weapons. And throughout free agency, John Grant Jr. definitely has his fingerprints all over this offense, and this offense is going to look the most different in a very positive way than it ever has for the Redwoods Lacrosse Club this year.
I'm just interested. The offense is the part I'm interested to see. Defense is kind of paved out. We know where we're getting on the defensive side. It's just who's going to be active, when they're going to be active, where are they playing, who's coming out of the box. There's so much with this offense. I now feel like the Woods offense is as stacked as everybody else's. I feel like there were some holes in the past, and sometimes it was just the personnel they chose to go with.
Mm-hmm.
In my opinion, going with Cav last year over Clark Peterson was a head scratcher to me, especially when Cav wasn't necessarily playing well as well to start the year. It's just stuff like that. Like they didn't necessarily have the same offensive options that other teams have. Now I feel like they're in that space where their offense is oversaturated and they have to pick and choose when to play guys and where to play them.
And I think they'll have a clear cut once everybody is in camp, seeing how guys are playing. You evaluate the guys that are. Do the Woods have anybody on Team USA outside of TD?
I'm sure Miles made it. I'm sure Rob made it. Ryder probably made it.
I'm gonna look.
I haven't. I didn't look at their roster.
Because I totally forget. Here we go. Charlie Bertrand is on Team USA.
I feel like Miles made it.
So it's Charlie, TD, Rob, and that's it. Oh, and Jack Kelly.
Mm.
So it's those four. Love it, love it, love it. Don't love that my Wi-Fi's not holding up as it should be, but
Seemed like everybody had a little bit of a Wi-Fi
I know.
problem.
We are just waiting on our final guest of the evening, Andy Copeland. And then you know what we got to do, Deej, after this?
I do.
We got to record the next episode of the pod, breaking the fourth wall for the people joining us live. And if you are watching live and you haven't already, please subscribe to the YouTube channel if you're watching on YouTube. We're at 453 subscribers right now, Deej, and obviously the goal is 500 before Memorial Day, which we were denied credentials for. But don't worry, if you're gonna be in Philly, we're going to be in Philly. In what capacity and doing what, that's to be determined. But we will be in Philly Memorial Day weekend.
I can't wait to find somebody I know that works. And I can't wait to find somebody that works NCAA and just really let them have a piece of my mind. Because how does that happen?
Not like you do a college rundown every single episode. I'll say this though. I think next year.
It's not like I wasn't an NCAA D3 lacrosse player.
I think next year we got to make you do your rundown, like fastest 2-minute style,
Okay,
and as like social clips.
that I could do. That way, I'm only hitting the good stuff, the good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So half of it is going to be me going on about the victors. So just be ready for that.
Yo, shout out to Brian too for showing love on Twitter.
That's the homie. Brian is the homie.
I do feel like we were the only podcast or
Yes.
any media outlet that did a live show tonight,
We, as far as I know, we are.
which is crazy.
I mean, I'm here for it.
I'm here for it. And shout out to Hutton, shout out to Greg, shout out to Jared for hopping on earlier.
Shout out to Dan.
Shout out to
wanting
Nat.
to.
I know.
I mean, PLL. Just saying. We're the only ones that did it. So,
Look at us.
just saying. There's some things we can do to help you around here. Mike.
Hey, but shout out to Mike Rabel. Said
My
we'll
homie.
always have credentials with the PLO.
He did in fact tell us that on the tweet machine after we got denied. Did they ever give us an explanation?
Nope. It was just said denied.
Is it because we're not owned by some bald white guy?
No, we're owned by a fully bearded, full head of hair white guy.
That's what I'm saying.
You're looking at him.
Oh, I know. Oh, I know. It's just kind of crazy. Like, what do we do to not get credentialed?
We're just not about that life, I guess. Yo, but for real, shout out to Jared for sticking around for like the first half of the draft. Did not have to do that, and that was awesome.
Very
That's
much
a boy.
appreciated. Got to get him back on. Got to get some Newman Newhouse
Working
sauce
on-
going.
Working on some big things guest-wise over the next few weeks. Also, I don't know if you saw it. I got to address this while we're on the live stream. Did you see a certain somebody commenting under the tweets about the PLL being at ESPN and at SportsCenter and everything, saying the inferior lacrosse league getting all this love, blah, 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 while the NLL is in its conference finals? I gotta say this real quick. Time out for the people. I'm gonna address this right now.
Did I see it?
I gotta address this right now. One, buddy, the draft was tonight.
Do you want to
The
take
draft
Hold- I
was
think you should-
tonight
I think
at
you should take-
ESPN. Number two, the NLL, yes, while they're on ESPN, is a much larger entity playoff-wise in Canada. Two, well, I mean, you could really say three because Buffalo is right there. 3 of the 4 remaining teams in the NLL playoffs are Canadian or Canadian adjacent. TSN, the Canadian equivalent to ESPN, is doing the coverage for the NLL. It's not that hard to really just do a little bit of research.
It's just so tone deaf. And it's such a tired narrative. It's such a tired narrative. Like, when does Brett Fruit or any other NLL commish bring up the PLL? When have they ever? Or the MLL? Guess what? They haven't. Because that's just how that works. They are 2 separate entities. Like, the XFL doesn't bring up the NFL. The NFL doesn't bring up the XFL. They don't bring up the Arena Football League. They don't bring up A7FL because that's not how it works. UFC doesn't bring up Bellator. That's not how it works.
I don't even
One
think it's
league-
from that standpoint. It's just like, bro, it's not that hard to realize that the PLL draft was tonight.
But I mean, yes, but that's what it's rooted in. This like idea that both of these
And that's what
leagues are in the same sport are supposed to grow, but like help each
American
other grow.
sports culture is rooted in draft culture. everyone loves a draft.
Like, there's just so many reasons why there's no reason for him to bring it up.
Foolish.
There isn't like the NLL at that moment had no relevance because they haven't had their draft yet for this year. So it's not like
it's not until September or October.
It's not like you could talk about these guys now getting drafted that could possibly be drafted then. That doesn't make sense to talk about. And it's not like guys that are in the NLL playoffs are getting drafted tonight. So why would you talk about that? Like, there's no correlation for them to talk about the NLL. You just can't get. I don't even know.
Do a wee little bit of research, bruv. Just a smidge.
Literally, like, it's so simple, man. That's just such a tired narrative, and it's making me so upset. Causing a lot of separation in something that doesn't need to be separated.
I did love that Paul was on with Stephen A. Smith. That was electric.
I thought that got a lot of good eyes on the sport. That's Stephen A. As much as people say and tweet about him and all this, they still watch him. They still watch him. He's like a Philly. Well, I don't think he grew up there, did he?
No, he's a New York guy. He worked in Philly though.
Yeah, so I knew that. I knew he worked here before he got his shot because of Skip. I don't like Skip Bayless. Skip Bayless can fuck off.
Stephen A. wrote for the Inquirer when like Allen Iverson was here, peak Allen Iverson.
I'm so interested. I'm so happy to talk to Cope and hear what he's got to say.
Oh, and those contracts, by the way. Oh, lost DJ's face.
I can still hear you.
Oh,
I don't know what's going on.
The contracts for the top four for Adler, Grant, Maker, and Hanley, the 30, 28, 5, 27, 26, that's per season.
Mm-hmm.
And they're all
for 3 years.
The 3-year deals.
Yep. And then the other guys can get 25 for the 3 years.
Yeah.
And then they can,
I'm pretty sure those are the longest contracts in the league, are the rookie contracts.
Yeah, I think everybody else could only sign up to 2 years in advance. Which I think is
it makes sense right now.
Yeah, I think that's a right now thing. I wish I should have asked the coaches about like the regional thing if they think that'll start to kind of affect picks or like where they would want their team to be regionally placed, that kind of thing. Just now crossed my mind, really. That's honestly something that can come up later.
Yeah.
We haven't really talked about that at all. How do you feel about it?
I'm torn. I'm surprised it happened this early. I do like if you read more into it, it is more so like those cities will be staples on the schedule and the tour isn't going away.
Yeah. That's I read into it and that's what I saw and everything. So I don't have like necessarily a problem with it. Yeah. My problem is I believe they're going to go to what are already hotbeds. And what I think they should be doing is going to places that aren't necessarily hotbeds yet and using that to push the fan base there, grow that fan base, and then you pop out and you expand the league a little bit. You know, you get to like 16 teams or whatever, and half of them are in these new, hot spots that you just created, and then the other half are in old hot spots that already exist. So now you have a full country of supporters throughout the country, and now you can
which I think it'll get there, and I think part of that is what we talked about when the All-Star game got announced for Louisville. Like the All-Star game is going to be that tester initially of new markets that are untapped that still have some sort of PLL ties because obviously the Bellarmine connection in Kentucky, but I think that's what the All-Star game should primarily be used for, is go into those new markets, test them out, see how things work there.
Or hear me out. It's a crazy tester for our idea of splitting half and half and meeting in the middle for an all-star game.
Give me the double tour.
Just say it.
Give me the double tour in relegation.
Just saying, it could possibly be the start of something we really want.
God, I need relegation in the PLL like I need oxygen to breathe. The online banter would just be absolutely incredible.
Yeah, relegation is. I think we need it. I think we need it. I would love it. It would be chaotic.
Mm-hmm.
We'd be in the bottom half of the league right now. I'd be crying, going bonkers. Are you kidding me? We're only playing on ESPN Plus at like 1:00 in the afternoon.
Nah,
like it's
bro,
just awful.
we'd be on the Ocho.
They putting us on YouTube like they did Duke against Merrimack. Like, here you go, bro. Get up with me when you can play.
You playing at a high school field now. That's
bro, we
hilarious.
are funny, bro. They shouldn't have put us together. Who let us happen?
Oh, that's hilarious. Yo, I was screaming when Jared said that Jack had to get his height up.
Yeah, he's got to leave my bro alone.
That was so funny.
Jack should tell him get his money up or something. I don't know. I feel
He did. He signed a contract this offseason.
Hey, I'll tell Jack get your game up or something, because why Towers keep referencing Jack as the best? That's my thing. Towers keeps saying Jack is the best defenseman on the planet. Like, dang, Jared, you just gonna keep letting him say that? You ain't got nothing to say about it? Like, I'll be a little kind of pissed. I'd be kind of pissed off. Like, what you mean, coach? I'm right here. You wasn't saying that a couple years ago when I was whacking 2 bombs.
It's been a minute since my boy been doing that, though.
Yeah, I'm hip. I'm hip.
But I'll tell you what, the moment he hits one this year, Newman Nuke's hot sauce shirt goes back on sale.
Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm here for it.
We need to find a hot sauce distributor to make that happen.
Jerry, Raganese.
What about Jerry?
You make hot sauce, bro.
Oh. Yeah.
We can just ask him.
I didn't know that's where you were going. I thought you were going to Jerry's announcement that his lady is pregnant. Shout out to Jerry.
Yeah, shout out to that as well. Like, dude's gonna be a dad, but no, hope he makes hot sauce.
And then my brain was also going full Seinfeld mode, and I just heard Kramer in my head. Jerry!
I don't know if to be funny or offended that you think I sound white sometimes. That's all I really got from that.
Oh, man. What a draft. What a draft. Job well done. I gotta say too, the addition of Paul and Rachel DiCecco doing the picks definitely gave it that more professional vibe.
I like it.
I was a big fan of that.
I think that'll definitely continue. That's something we'll see for quite a bit of time.
Mm-hmm.
For the rest of the time.
Was a big fan.
Where do you think they're going to settle down right away? You think they're going to do regions or cities?
I think maybe a combo.
Combo?
I think you could do a I saw people talking about Maryland and everything. Where you're not just going to be Baltimore. You could be the DMV or like Chesapeake Bay area type of thing. But then I also think you could get away with like having that, and then also like Philly, because Philly's obviously like a number one spot on their like map for the schedule and everything, because they continue to go back there. And Paul said that at media day last year before the championship game, that like Philadelphia is one of the number one cities that they love coming back to because of just the turnouts and the people that they get to work with at the Union Stadium and everything. So I think you could get away with a combination.
I don't think they will. I think they'll do one or the other.
And it depends on where it's at.
Because that can always just be like the tri-state region.
That's huge, though.
Okay. People from the tri-state region drive for all those games. They go to Long Island. They go to Philly.
Yeah, but
they go to Albany. Like all those three people are really just the same people going to all those games.
That's a stretch.
I mean, obviously there's some, some local, like obviously Long Island has more locals, but a lot of those Long Island people are still driving to Philly to go. Philly obviously has more Philly people at it because it's right there in like that immediate area. But a lot of those people are still going up to Albany or going over to Long Island. Albany's probably a stretch over to Long Island, but I'm sure quite a few of those people are going down to Philly.
Because you got to think, tri-state area is New Jersey, New York, Philly.
But I mean, if you do Chesapeake,
throw Delaware in there for just the laughs, but
right. But if you do Chesapeake Bay, that's gonna be North Carolina, inevitably South Carolina, because they're right there, but their lacrosse like community isn't that large. But that's also putting in DC, Maryland, Virginia in that. Like that's arguably just as big as tri-state. Midwest is just as big as that. Pacific Northwest, and then you could probably do Southwest. You do the Texas region.
They're gonna do a whole airline.
Yeah, one that doesn't have good ratings according to the homie Colin Squires. But yeah, so like that would be like Cali, Vegas, probably New Mexico, and
North Mexico.
I know, right? New Mexico and Arizona. Utah might get sucked in there with Colorado as well. But that could arguably be its own thing. And then you just do Cali and Nevada as its own thing. Those can be two separate.
The way you broke
regions.
it down, I think they go cities.
But it's going to be hard to choose 8 cities that aren't already like being used as hotspots on the schedule now. So like, what's the point in doing cities? You might as well just stay how you are. That's why I think they're going to go region. And I think it just makes hard. I think it makes people more included. I mean, I think it is. I think they're going to go right back. Like if they go city out west, they're going to go Salt Lake City. Right. If they do one in the Pacific Northwest, they're going to go Seattle.
Well,
they're going to do Minneapolis. They're going to do Philly.
I don't know if they would go
Long
Salt
Island.
Lake right off the rip as the spot. I think it would be Denver.
Sure, Salt Lake or Denver. But like we know that if they do Pacific Northwest, it's going to be Seattle.
I think the locked in.
They do Midwest, it's going to be Minneapolis.
The locked in are the 4 or the 5 that we've known all along, which is Philly, Long Island, Boston, Denver, and Albany.
Yeah, that's 5.
Those are 5 that are like locked in. They're not going anywhere. I think
Minneapolis.
I think this year will determine a lot for it. But if it's anything like it was last year, Fairfield is like in.
But you see what I mean?
But I also think like the Boston, Long Island, Philly thing, I think you and I both agree, like that's a beautiful playoff, just like locked in schedule as like a rotating
cool
3.
So
then you kind of take those off the regular season map.
Can they just change when Boston is? Can they swap it with Long Island? I don't want to spend every birthday of my life in fucking Boston.
They're just making the case that we need to have like HQB in Massachusetts.
No, no. I don't want to spend that much time there, and I don't want it to be my birthday every year.
I hate it here.
We're gonna run out.
Home.
We're gonna run out of things to do up there.
Maybe we'll actually get to go to the other pizza place when we go to Connecticut this year.
Yeah, right.
We'll just have to make a reservation.
And we go, and I'm just gonna have to get my own pizza this time.
Yeah, we crushed that pizza.
I can't do cheese. I need some protein in my life. That cheese pizza is just.
Well, now that we tried it by itself, like
I mean, yeah,
we had to get the lay of the land, play it as it lies.
But to me, lay of the land, play it as it lies is pepperoni.
Agreed.
We got cheese. I don't think that place put pepper. Was that a place that didn't have pepperoni?
No, I think they did. I think we just were like, let's try and see like what.
I think you offered that suggestion. I just said, yeah, sure.
Because the first place we were going, I don't know if they had pepperoni.
I don't think they had pepperoni.
So we just kept it rolling.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure I said, what? What do you mean they don't have pepperoni? That makes no sense. And you're like, well, I don't think Italians really eat pepperoni on their pizza. So, like, it's kind of legit. And I'm like, I don't care about legit. I'm American. I eat pepperoni on my pizza.
You just sounded like I'm a man. I'm 40. I'm American. I eat pepperoni on my pizza. Put that on a shirt.
I do. And if I could have it my way, it'd be Alfredo sauce with bacon, mushroom, spinach, feta cheese, probably some Cajun or andouille sausage.
Bro, just eat gumbo.
I mean, pretty much.
Dip bread in gumbo and call it a night.
I mean, you gonna make gumbo for me? Or can I just
like?
Exactly. I'd rather just order the pizza from the pizza spot and scoop it up. We making things easy around here. Live smarter, not harder. Eventually, I'm gonna settle down and cook because I'll have a family of my own. My wife will cook sometimes, and I'll have to cook for her sometimes too. Because that's the nice thing to do. I also like cooking. I just work too much right now to cook. You know what it's like to work 12 hours and come home and cook a meal. It's depressing. It just hurts. You just be cooking and you be like, I really don't want to do this, but like, I have to do this. Like, I have to live.
Well,
I was waiting because
satirical, everybody watching. Satirical.
Yeah, for
satire.
Real, for real.
Funny, haha, not funny, weird.
we very much want to live and just be able to do this one day, every day. I love that Copeland's driving all the way home before he comes.
That's 100% what he's doing.
Like, yeah, I'm gonna get into the cribbo first.
Let me set up in my office. He just wants the trophy in the shot.
Yeah.
I do find it interesting. Pressler already talking shit.
Really?
Yeah, Tower said he threw up the 6 at him when they took Levi.
Oh my God. That's crazy.
When they took Levi Anderson, he threw up a 6 at him because he's going back for year 6, allegedly. Already talking shit before you hit the field. Not great.
I mean,
the last person I think I'd want to talk shit to without having coached a game in the PLL is Andy fucking Towers.
I don't know, because I just don't think they have it in them to blow anybody out. Like, that's so weird to say, but like, I I'm not saying they can't, but like we just haven't seen it.
You don't think really chaos can blow anybody out?
I'm not saying they can't. We just haven't seen it. Like they just like it seemed like they're incapable to do it. Like even the Cannons last year, like the games were like closer than everybody really thought they were gonna be. It's just like, why couldn't y'all do it?
Well, them boys have been running on their feet for the last 2.5 years.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Almost nonstop.
But skill wise on paper, they 1,000% could do it, but like they just can't do it. They're tired.
To put it in perspective, what do we constitute as a blowout?
Give me a score and I'll tell you if it's a blowout or not.
I'm just saying, like a score differential. What would you constitute as a blowout? Like, what does it have to be to hit that threshold?
Especially with the 2-point, like 15 plus, 20 plus, 15 probably.
That's the win margin, bro. That doesn't happen at all. That happens like once a year.
That's like.
What are you talking about?
12.
Acting like it's the NFL.
12.
12. Bro, I don't know if that's happened more than 3 times in league history.
8. Okay, 8. 8.
I still think that's a lot. I was saying like maybe 5, 6. That's
bro,
that's 2 to 3 possessions.
That's not a blowout though. That's like
in this league.
Bro,
this man said 15 to 18. He's giving me a final score.
Hey, bro.
God
I'm just
damn.
saying. The Archers were close to doing it. To Atlas.
This man said 15 to 18. Jeez.
I'm a special kind of guy, man. I can't wait to go get a slushie in between this and the pod. You have no clue. I just haven't decided where I'm going. Still. Probably go to Speedway, though. I got the speed car. Low key.
Yo, my cousin is funny. She's in 8th grade. It's their oldest dog's birthday. Mind you, dog is 3. Happy birthday post. Can't believe you're already 3. You're like an old man now. Heartbroken emoji.
I mean, he just turned legal. he at the club tonight, knocking him back. Man, it's fresh 21. What's she talking about? You know. Social media needs to be stopped one day.
You can't say that. I'm gonna be out of a job.
in a social media irresponsible social media needs to be stopped one day. Because some people get out here and just do some things they really shouldn't do.
Yo, the Celtics coach, real funny, bro. You see this quote?
Nah, what did he say?
I thought we had intentions of really wanting to win.
Wisconsinite?
Yo, Dawn Staley's funny as hell. She said, "Thank you, Ad Sixers. Blood pressure meds put up until Thursday. Close out, fellas."
Bro, did they or did they not say Elijah Gash was from South Lyon, Michigan?
Yeah.
Okay. So why are people on here saying he's from Wisconsin?
The hell? That's a vast difference.
I need answers.
I'm gonna Google him right now.
I'm already typing out my possible response. South Lyon.
University of Albany's official website, hometown, South Lyon, Michigan.
South Lyon, Michigan is not in Wisconsin? Question marks. Like 10 of them. I gotta put a GIF on this. No, I'm putting that picture I used the other day with dude holding the kelp shake, but his head is his head is in his hand and his body is the kelp shake. Because what do you mean? So many. This is making my head hurt. This is what I mean. Irresponsible use on social media needs to be stopped. Somebody just said at Morgan Wallen, since you're offering refunds, here's our itemized bill for you. Hotel 560. Gas 2 tanks 80. Ticket 1,600 for 4. They paid $400 a ticket?
Bro, those tickets were crazy.
Well, bugging, yo.
Bro, there were pit tickets for some cities that were like $4,000.
Hey, what did he spend $120 on an outfit? He bought new shoes?
It wouldn't surprise me if they bought like cowboy boots.
His wife spent $218 on his wife's outfit. With the Oxford Grill House, hey, he's not paying you back for that. Spent $235.
Yeah, bro, that's crazy. Morgan Wallen canceled the rest of his tour.
They went to Cracker Barrel and spent $40. Los Perreiros, they spent $45. Rebel Rags, because we wouldn't have had the opportunity to go had it not been for this concert, $629. Drinks at the concert, $220. Morgan Wallen merch, $235. You can't add drinks at the concert and merch if you didn't get the.
That is crazy. He canceled the rest of his tour because his doctor ordered him 6 weeks of vocal rest. What are you doing to your voice? That
Being racist. Like, stuff bites. Stuff bites.
All right, here's a little fun fact trivia about Elijah Gash. He's got 4 brothers. Isaiah, Caleb. I want you to try to guess the other 2. The 2 I named were like normal names.
Abraham.
These other 2, it's not that you're in the right stratosphere. It's in that level of like stoic type of name.
Yeah, I know. They all got Bible names. I'm just like Cain and Abel.
Incorrect.
I know, right? John and Mark.
Not that basic.
Deuteronomy.
What'd you call me?
Islam. No, not Islam. Ishmael.
Mm-mm. One starts with an S and one starts with a G.
Samuel. And
Close. You got the Sam part correct. Greg. You got the Sam part correct.
What you mean, Sam Park?
It's not Samuel. It's Sam. What do parents call their?
Samson. Oh,
There you go.
Samson.
The other, his
Gee.
final brother,
Gunner.
easily has the best brother name.
Gunner.
No.
Gunter. Goose.
Talk to me.
Is that Goose?
No.
Oh.
I was quoting Top Gun. Talk to me, Goose.
I was like, oh, wait, hold on. Oh, if you're watching right now, you are getting pure top tier entertainment.
Mm-hmm. This is for the true blue sickos.
Uh,
As we wait for Coach Copeland.
G. Garrett. Grant. George. Jeff. Yeah, I know Jeff spelled with G-O-double-F.
I know him too.
Y. We do not know the same Jeffrey.
I know Jeff. That it starts with a G though.
It's the way you said I know him too.
That's what I was saying. I was agreeing to like I know a Jeff with a G.
Yeah, I knew what you were doing, but just
God damn it! Of course I don't know Jeff from fucking Michigan. He's probably from the Pennsylvania camp that you used to work at too. So I'm probably wrong there.
No, actually, he was from Harvard. Yeah, he was from Michigan, right down the road. That's where my folks from, actually, my dad's side.
This man's a folks. Porky Pig. Da-da.
Hey, I'm trying to think of this name, man. Gary.
I don't think you're gonna get this one. It's that like stoic and like uncommon of a name.
Probably not. Yeah, I give up.
Gideon.
Oh, no way. There's a kid on the high school team I announced named Gideon for basketball. I don't know why I didn't guess that.
Gideon Gash. Job well done. Like, I'm sorry, Elijah, your brother Gideon's got an amazing name. Elijah is number 2 for me.
Elijah, Samson, Gideon,
Isaiah and Caleb.
Isaiah.
Gideon Gash. That's like a superhero name.
They really named all their kids out the Bible.
Straight out the book.
I swear. They could really say they hopped off the porch with Jesus. I am on a roll right now. Oh, I am on a roll. I gotta be stopped, man.
I can't believe you said that.
I'm on a roll right now, bro.
Yeah,
I'm
you
on a
are-
roll.
You're something. Shout out to the true sickos who are waiting around for Coach Copeland. Hopefully he didn't forget about us.
I know, right? I got about 2.5 weeks till I get to sleep in my bed again.
Dude, you know what I was talking about today at work? Do you know how expensive mannequins are?
Nah, I don't think I want to know.
Take a guess how much a full body mannequin costs to buy.
I'm gonna go safe and say 3 bands.
Not that much.
Okay,
That's quite high.
1,200.
That's still quite high.
Oh, okay. Let's go 850.
That's still very, very high.
you made it.
Here's where I
You
was
made
thinking.
it.
Having
You made
worked
it.
in retail and seeing the copious amounts of mannequins that I have,
Right.
I'm thinking mannequins are anywhere like $75. Bro, full body mannequin is like $200-$300 for one.
I could drop that, Billy.
That's crazy.
But what I need a mannequin for?
Well, I'm putting in the perspective of I was thinking of getting mannequins for the studio to display merch on and have merch displayed in the backdrops of shows and everything on the mannequin. I can't justify spending $300 on a mannequin like that, though. But you know what I am thinking about? Because I just pulled it up right now. You know them science class skeletons? Having a skeleton mannequin. That's some real underground shit right there.
Get the corniness out of here. Gotta go.
Imagine a skeleton wearing an OTB hoodie. Good night.
I mean, if you've been watching for this long, you gotta be dead. Because I am hilarious. Because I am hilarious. Doubled over with laughter. I went to brunch last week with a group of friends to celebrate a graduation of one of us in the group. Obviously not me. 2 years. Oh, time goes fast. Yeah, and they just had me doubled over with laughter. Like in the middle of this restaurant. Like I legit had a 6-pack when I left there from laughing so hard. I got called a narcissist. I just couldn't stop laughing. that word just makes me laugh so hard. I got told that I sometimes say things just to get a reaction out of someone. And I'm like, I don't have that much time in my day.
That's hilarious.
I don't have that much. She's like, you're just a narcissist. Oh, okay. I just couldn't stop laughing.
The way you just reacted, I thought Copeland popped in the street. But then I realized we haven't
You
gotten
gotta
a
let him
login
in.
for you yet.
Yeah, you gotta let him in.
You were like, oh. I was like, oh, shit. Ready to roll.
Sorry. Glad to see your reflexes are working. I'm gonna just be safe and go to Speedway. I would be real mad if I go to Circle K and it's closed. They be closing at night sometimes. Because then I'm gonna go to Circle K and gotta drive all the way to Speedway.
I was about to say something real smart, but I refrained. He said they'd be closing at night sometimes. That's typically when places close, bro.
Hey, gas stations right off the highway don't close at night.
Unless they are specifically 24 hours. Typically places close at night.
I know. I hate you. But
You see why Deej always falls asleep during the episodes?
Yeah. This is why.
Damn, that's a baby ass.
Oh, that's gonna be such a funny court case. I gotta be in on that. Our mall is suing our public transit for the potholes in their parking lot. Like, no, that's on you. They're trying to sue him for $2 million. I gotta listen in on this.
All right, yo, I just found a mannequin that's not too bad. Oh no, it actually is pretty bad. Because it's double the price in delivery. It's 54% off, but then they recoup that immediately with the delivery price. That's absurd. It's false false advertising.
Not false advertising.
How are they gonna be charging that much for delivery? That's crazy.
Oh my, bro. I'm never gonna be able to escape Kalamazoo. They're playing curveball and they have a car doing U-turns over and over and just driving past them, and you have to throw it over the car instead of just. I promise you, I'm putting Portage, Michigan as my hometown for the rest of my life. I can't do this, bro. I can't. There were people in Miami who knew about Kalamazoo, yo. And were posting that they didn't want anything to do with anybody coming from Kalamazoo, Michigan. Like, bro, that's so bad. Why do we do this? I might as well just be from the creek at this point. Battle Creek is.
You funny, bro.
Yeah, bro. You don't even know these cities I'm talking about. That's the crazier part. You probably really only know like G-Rap, Detroit. I guess Lansing because of Michigan State. Ann Arbor because of Michigan.
Detroit.
Yeah. That's like it. Don't nobody be knowing nothing else that go on around here. But everybody swear we Mr. Big Shot. All the time we got this horrible reputation in places that don't need niggas. Bro, I'll never forget sitting at the bar in Camden. Had on a hoodie, said Kalamazoo. They like, what is that? I'm like, that's where I'm from. They're like, what? It's real? Nah, I'm just wearing this
I
hoodie.
told you.
And I said that's where I'm from, but it's not real.
People just think that's the Dr. Seuss city.
Like, bro. And so then I order a no free ads, not straight tea. And on the back, there's pictures, and it says where the picture is from. Mine is from Kalamazoo, Michigan. And I was like, "Whoa! Would you look at that? Look at this. You see where that city's from? Yeah, that's the same one as my shirt. It's real. Like,
I'm dead.
people don't even think we're real. That was just so coincidental to get that all the way in Camden, and to be wearing that hoodie at that time. That's when I knew I was in the right place at the right time. That was my first time coming to the studio. That was the night I came to the studio for the first time.
Quite fell asleep on the couch.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot about that.
Should we go a little inside baseball?
Loud, dude.
A little inside lax here. How in depth should we cover the draft on this week's episode? Since we did the,
I don't know.
Well, I think.
Pick and hit the high points. I think we just hit the high points.
Shout out to the U.
Their president actually phoned into a class I had while I was at Adrian and talked to us. I took my president's class, leadership class. It was once a week for like an hour, and like it pretty much was just speakers, and we wrote a 250-word response to it. It was like the easiest A ever. But we talked to some pretty cool people. Bob Delaney came in. Told us about being a FBI agent before being a referee and how things intertwined afterward. And I got a free copy of his book, Covert. That was the first time I ever like won something random. I ain't like that don't happen to me. I never have good luck. I won bingo one time in college and won bingo at the same time as somebody else. I had to play rock, paper, scissors and lost. I mean, I wasn't going to do nothing but sell a Keurig anyway because I don't drink coffee. But, man, that would have been a good $80 come up. No offense, but some little white girl would have gobbled that up. What was I going to do with a Keurig in college? FYI, I later got a Keurig in college and used it for hot chocolate.
Yo, Jerry's funny as shit. He tweeted, face-off guy drafted before an attackman. Report from D.C. is that the Rules Committee is storming the Capitol.
That goes back to what Brian said after the Tucker pick.
What did he say?
That screenshot I sent you.
Oh.
Like, that is top tier right there.
Greg's reaction to that was all time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I did not expect him to respond that way. Like, yeah, no, that's awesome.
At what point do we feel like Cope forgot about us?
It's got to be pretty soon. It's been like an hour since we got off of that. Which, I mean, we're just vibing. We're chilling. Not a big deal.
Bro.
If he doesn't show up, maybe we force him to sit in on a whole pod and just have to interact with the whole thing. I really wish we had a Wingstop here. Or a Shake Shack.
That's what
Or a Wawa. What, Shake Shack? Yeah, bro, Shake Shack sounds fire right now.
Bro, let me tell you. You know what
Where's
there is?
Where's the nearest Shake Shack? Is there one in Philly?
There's
Other than the
Shake
airport?
Shacks in the stadiums. But then the closest one, there's one in like Cherry Hill, I think, which is like 50 minutes from me.
Kind of far.
But we can get Shake Shack on the way to Albany because the Vince Lombardi rest stop has Shake Shack in it, bro.
Big Vince, baby. Go Pack, go. But yeah, we can definitely do that.
Because once you get off there, once you get out of there, that's the last rest stop in New Jersey, and then you're on to New York.
Bro, tell your mechanic that if you don't properly fix the AC this time, I'm coming to box him.
Well, I am getting the windshield fixed.
Oh, yeah.
That's or the front window, you know.
Mm-hmm.
That's getting fixed. Because my mom said we don't even have to bring it anywhere. We just gotta call it no free ads, Safe Light, and they'll come to the crib and do it.
Yeah, they will. My mom had to have them come through, and they got her together.
I will say, like, lately, I'm not even gonna say it. Don't want to jinx it.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. That's how I feel about weather up here. I don't even talk about it.
Well, I was saying what you were bringing up.
Let's bring it up. What did I bring up?
My mechanic.
Oh, yeah. No, we're not gonna talk about that. No. If it's in a good space, let's leave it in a good space. I really cannot believe Bronny didn't go to OSU.
I believe it.
Yeah, I don't know.
I just saw the tweet at that guy about Michigan and Wisconsin. Just because you went to high school somewhere doesn't mean you're not from Michigan.
Oh wait, they responded, bro.
Yeah.
I can't. I'm about.
He said he's from Green Bay, Bayport High School. Literally says hometown.
Bro, I want to respond to this so bad. Like, oh, this has to be a gift. This has to be. I really hope it is. Oh,
Nah, you gotta hit him with the DC Young Fly laugh video. That's funny. That man really say because of where he went to high school. That's where he's from.
Okay, I found two that'll work. Do I use this black dude with shades saying, "Are you stupid or just dumb?" or, or do I use 6ix9ine? Are you dumb, stupid, huh? I am officially on my first Twitter beef of 2023.
I love how Paul Reed is just pushing his T-shirts after every Sixers win.
Why not?
Because it's funny because he's creating, like he's making them and everything.
I really can't wait to see what response is. It's like, what do you mean, bro?
All right, I think we give it 15 more minutes.
That works for me.
Hopefully, Cope didn't forget about us, and if he did, we just got to give it to him the next time he's on the pod.
Oh, Delco? That's where Kyle Long is from? That's tough. He's the fourth guy from Springfield to play in the PLL.
Yeah, that boy's from Delco. Yeah, Jordy coaches at Springfield. He's the high school's coach.
So nice to see all the homies coaching.
I really want that black Owen Grant Delaware jersey.
It's fire. I'm a big fan of black college jerseys.
Well, you know, I'm just a slut for blackout jerseys, too.
Oh, I know. I know. I've been trying to keep up with the MCLA tourney, but it's so hard to watch. Like, actually watch on streaming and stuff. Oh, Max and Mike Adler. So this is the second pairing of brothers on the same team.
And it's the
But
same
they both
team.
happen to be on Chaos. So Chaos is the only team to have brothers on the same team. "50 people entered the lacrosse transfer portal Sunday." Trying to see if there's any notable names. Piper Bond kind of looks like Brian Urlacher in this, just 54, and just the way he's standing in this picture. Like, I don't know. I like scrolled past it fast, and I was like, why have I seen Brian Urlacher on Twitter? And I like scrolled back up, and I'm like, that's not Brian Urlacher.
I'm screaming, bro. I'm sending you this tweet because it is too wild to put out on the airwaves. And then if you don't know who the person is mentioned, I want you to Google said person.
Bro, they asking if she was a martyr. I can't take this. I'm literally crying. Oh. Oh my god. Oh. That's crazy. Oh my god, bro. Can't do that ever again. Oh no. No. People are licking ice cream again. I thought we had grown up past this. Jordy said Sam Hanley at 4 isn't a fall. That's where he should have been drafted.
Interesting.
Oh, Jules? No, there's no way. He played with him there. Who is it that Jules played with at Seton Hall Prep? Did you see that?
What?
Oh, Brian Tevlin. He played with Brian Tevlin at Seton Hall Prep. Tweeted a picture. Damn, Grand Valley State lost. I think all the Michigan teams are out of the national tournaments for MCLA.
Someone tweeted the Whips got a Dordovic Petey and Ledman. We got to start making Stags draft with his eyes closed or something. This is too easy for him.
Man. Like, how does this keep happening? I need to get off Twitter.
We're about to get off this stream. Seems like Coach Copeland forgot about us. We will have him answer for his unfortunate lapse in remembrance. We love Coach Copeland, though. It's all in good fun. Thank you to everybody who tuned in to the OTB College Draft Extravaganza 2023. Big thank you to Greg Gorenlian, Hutton Jackson, Jared Newman, Andy Towers, Nat St. Laurent, the boy Newbie Talks, even though his internet wouldn't allow him. I saw him in the room waiting for 5 seconds, and then he disappeared. He was with us in spirit. And thank you to everybody that tuned in. Off Ball Lax, Justin Byers, Brian Knows Lax, the whole crew that tuned in tonight. It was a blast. This is just the beginning of stuff we want to try to do as we move forward with this podcast and taking it to the moon. So it is just as much your guys' podcast as it is ours. And we can't thank you enough for supporting tonight. Be sure to tell your people to subscribe to the YouTube channel, youtube.com/@undergroundsportsphiladelphia. And new episode of the pod will be out earlier this week than usual because the NLL playoffs get underway on Thursday. So episode will be out a little bit earlier than typical, so be prepared for that. And congrats to every player that got drafted as well. Like Nat said, like to hear your name called in any sport getting drafted is special. So congrats to the 32 guys who did get their names called. And just because you didn't get your name called doesn't mean your shot at cracking a roster is over. We've seen plenty of UDFAs make teams and make an impact on rosters. So, Deej, we did it. Another college lacrosse draft in the books.
Yep, we did it. We were right about some things, wrong about most things, but we got good explanations, and I think it was a very well done draft, and we had a fantastic time.
So thank you to everybody, and we will see you for the next one. Peace.
Peace.